Hello, people of the chat. We're back again for another 15 billion hour stream. Hello, guys. We are back again for another 12-hour plus stream. All day, all week. Let us do it, guys. Easy peasy. Armory haul or a farming stream. No, we're actually gonna play the game. But, there are a few things we gotta do. Evil Beaker, what's up? What's up, Manic Marine? How you guys all doing? I think we can do it, guys. I think we can hit 30k followers on Twitch in the next week. I think we can do that. I believe. What's up, Julius? How you doing, bro? BFTG, pretty good. Pretty fucking good. All right. He lives, indeed we do. Guys, we are rapidly approaching 1 year streaming on Twitch. Tell me, boys. What's up, Fluffy? How you doing, bro? We're currently... What's up, my Battle Brothers? Today we're going to be playing some Warhammer 40k Space Game 2. You guys like 40k? I like me some 40k. I was going to ask Pank. Maybe Pank wants to play later. We'll see. I'll have him carry my voice later in the stream. What is it? The grind continues, indeed. Is this a new game? Yeah, dude. Space Marine 2. It's the Space Marine sequel game. It's the Space Marine sequel game, bro. Space Game 2, Space Smash Bro 2.0. Yeah, it's Space Marine Smash. Yep, that's it. I'm glad we're all on the same page here. Praise be the Emperor, he protects us all. He does indeed. Emperor protects, brothers. Let's go in here. I think it just beat the new mission 300,000 times. I think it's just beat... Yeah, that's the new community event. I have posts on my community page. I do have it there as well. My game is showing up, right? I don't see it on the Twitch. There we go. Okay. Good. Praise the Space King. Praise the financial state of the galaxy, people. We're gonna do a easy mode build for players, I think, here. This should be the easiest build in the entire game for a new player. max damage one can do in a single shot from the Hero Plasma Heavy Plasma Incinerator? Don't know. Haven't tested it this patch. Enough to one-shot a Majora's. Enjoying the Cape grind, going for tactical first. Happy to be returning to the game with all this new stuff. Hell yeah, brother. This is the place to be, bro. Some would say the best game. Now, we do have a new weekly tomorrow, but the weekly tomorrow is going to be quite easy. We'll make a guide for that today. But also, we've got to do this one more time. This is our maximum range per... Actually, I don't want to do a Tech Marine build today, because I want to get the capes done, so I have to do some assault shit, I guess, but... Okay. Here, we'll do a Death Grasp build. We'll do that. We'll do, like, a full Gunstrike Death Grasp build. Firepower... We're just gonna take the... We'll take the ammo. We take this on purgation. Try it. We're gonna take the firepower one here though, because I actually think this gun's pretty good. So we can take a sec. So the easiest way to do this is be like defense mechanism. You really take whatever you want. I don't think it matters all that much. Hi, what's up, Dirt Gaming? Love it to roleplay Shrek in the new community event. True. So, guys, on the YouTube side, if you're unaware, whoever the fuck's even here right now, the Twitch drops will be going until June 11th. You can get those on my Twitch channel. We'll be streaming probably 12 hours a day until then. And then we'll do it the next patch, the next patch, the next patch. And we'll die in this chair. Gonna make a Shrek Starty. A Shrek Starties. I guess you could do that. That's definitely an option, brother.
We have lost contact with the Mechanicus facility in the Kadaku swamps. Nozik's research is still...
The Emperor's fury knows no boundaries.
Ding and Lang Long. Welcome, welcome. We might get a hotfix today.
Scions of
Maybe.
the traitor legion sully this place. An affront we shall correct.
Oh, this thing's actually really good.
We will slay this hellspawn. We've nullified this corrupted being. Even worse has taken the land. Take flight and let terror fall. Avenging angel expose. Do not let that one conquer and we silence their corporate. Is this the glory Magnus promised you?
Like, rates from the game so fucking bad. Well, it'll probably come eventually. I mean, if you got a chaplain, you probably see some community weapon.
Pass through your corruption as fire through shadow. Blink grenade! alien falls to the Imperials.
He actually has really good forward control for like Hormigons. I mean, he has a fencing weapon, so you expect as much, right? Why are these guys phasing my parries? There we go. The 70% health debuff to enemies apply to bosses as well. Well, yes, it does, because they are indeed enemies in the game. If you put on Enduring Foes and Reinforced Cranium, you will kill both of them. Yeah, if you guys need a guide on cape unlocks, I have or really all the ordeal unlocks are obnoxious. I have a whole video on that. I posted the other day. We also have all the class guides out on the channel now, so if you need those should be fine for Asia's. Doing purgation 300k times today? Probably, brother Ludicrous, probably. Definitely a possibility. That's honestly the Death Grasp is such a good weapon. Super underrated. We can still do this.
Leave this putrescent water at once.
Maybe not the most economic use of our jump pack, but good enough. Okay. Calm down. Where the fuck even is he, man? Okay, whatever. He's gone. I've seen the new 11th edition trailer? Yes, I have. I have indeed. It was kind of just like a cross between the old trailer we had for 11th edition. Oh, why'd you not even give me a... No gun strike. Yeah, guys, this is the Heroic Power Fist. Honestly, this weapon's very good against Chaos and Tyranids now. When you stack on Wings of Flame, it's probably like one of the easiest builds in the whole game to shit on these guys with. If you want like an even easier time, you could take Zealous Blow. Like, I don't really think you're using this one for board here anyways. We are taking the Firepower Plasma Pistol, because this weapon's actually underrated now. The common shot damage on a Plasma Pistol can actually recover your CHP very quickly now. So, it's actually worth taking these other versions. And the gunstrike damage here is a bit better. Rate of fire is no longer mandatory.
Extermination has come. My war gear is set.
Alright, we're sticking over. Suffering so hard to get through this week, guys, where I've had more deaths to allies turn grenades whilst I fight the Hellroot than anything. Yeah, this one sucks. This one definitely sucks, Revan. Definitely sucks, bro.
Authorization accepted.
Do this.
Clicking rights of unsealing. Estimated duration unknown. Warning: Xenos biosignatures converging in this position.
Let them throw themselves upon our blades. Infestation is steady. Strike down the zone.
That's why this one's so good. Like, you only need the Zealous Blow perk in your defensive weapon here anyways, so gotta do this. Greetings, Primarch Sanguardius. I don't think everyone's ever called me that, but hello. Dude, wow, this thing's actually got great light attack damage before clear. Who would have thought 200% increase is actually a lot? I just punched him. Alright, we're just gonna go over here.
Onward, brothers! The sons of Magnus skulk within, weaving their sorceries. Gifts from the forge.
Ow.
Into the breach, the demon worshippers withered against our tactical glory. The mark of the archenemy befouls this place. Heresy and bloodshed both.
What's up, FPG? What's up, Silver King?
Viridian,
We're currently
I have
doing
received
a
your
Death's
most
Grasp
vigilance.
build.
Your new orders are to advance to the Archmago's data
This is
vault
probably the
and
easiest build in the
purge
entire
any
game for
remaining
Assault
data,
right now,
sealed
I would say.
or otherwise.
I mean, kind of, it's like body both chaos. It kind of struggles against bosses sometimes, like Wings of Flame, not really.
Everything.
Really not too bad at all.
By your will, Captain.
So your heavy attacks here, even with a 50% reduction, you can still punch a Enlightened Angle at this guy pretty easily.
Victory goes
Doesn't
to
even
the
matter.
righteous, not the foul.
Oh, what's up, Madman? Why is the sun so bright? Nuclear
Together we
fission.
go.
Tactically a true answer.
We shall incinerate the vault and leave the heretics only cinders. Slay the corrupt terminators of the Imperium! Put ravage that hell from front! Jump pack refuel! Done! Rat Valkyrie! That twisted spear carrier awaits our challenge! The Imperium's hammer, avenging angel!
What's up a little bit there? Now we don't have our... That gun strike damage though.
I am airborne!
The helper just appeared out of nowhere. Yeah, this map's bugged in that area.
Thwarted and broken. Down to the sun! Take flight! Let terror fall!
A little bit of fuck up there. This boss fight area sucks, man.
Pharaoh's wicked animus seeks the righteous avenging angel you're supposed to. We have dispatched the mutant. Is this the glory Magnus promised you?
I unfortunately didn't have time to grab the melta bomb down there, so that would have made things way easier. We also got, I'm pretty sure we got 3 missile terminators on that one, or 2, which is also pretty rude.
The Imperium.
Awesome. It was good.
The data vault remains sealed. Power supply to the
And it's definitely the hardest boss spawn area in this map.
seek the slumbering generator and perform a rites of manual restoration to awaken it. She awaits your ministrations.
True duty does not balk at the smallest task. We shall see to it.
Especially since the boss just like teleports on top of you in that area. A quick peek at my video, your video settings to get a chance to make my gameplay as smooth as yours. I mean, there's a million things that affect that. Just turn your settings down so you have a... so your game runs well. Like, replicating someone's one-to-one performance in a video game is pretty damn impossible. Well, it's not possible, but it's pretty hard to do because it's completely hardware dependent. And there's also like a bajillion hardware interactions, driver interactions. You could have broken hardware for all you know. I would just suggest turning your settings down until you have a stream gameplay. That's about it. I'm sure there are also plenty of channels like Digital Foundry that have things on there as well.
The generator awaits resurrection. The generator awaits resurrection.
Turn your settings down. Who are you so wise in the way of science? When people ask you like, how do your video settings work? I'm like, this is kind of like, what are we doing? Just turn your settings down until you have a good until your game runs well. It's like completely dependent on your hardware usually. Here we go. All right. If we had that in the middle of that, it would be way better.
Not this one. A different generator requires our salvation.
I'm not sure on all the relic spawns in this map yet.
I have discovered the silent one.
What class do you hope for in year 3, Chaplain?
Generator awaits resurrection. Rise, faithful machine. I have discovered the silent one.
Are there any bad melee weapons? I have a whole melee weapon tier list on my channel if you're curious. Touch to answer all those questions. But I wouldn't say there's anything that's like strictly bad, it's just stuff that's been power crept.
Rise, faithful machine.
I guess I'll pin this.
Data sterilization complete. All records expunged.
There we go.
Mail administration to serve the machine gods well.
Viridian, we are registering a significant warp energy spike inside Nozic's laboratory. Reach the lab and eliminate the heretics. Do not allow their ritual to reach completion.
We're a little low HP,
It shall be done.
but we should be fine.
Viridian advances.
We have a lot of armor we've done this build. So. Here.
The profane tongue spits falsehoods as naturally as serpents slither. Falsehoods pour forth like fire. We shall cauterize the source.
Gene seed. I guess we'll take that.
Deeds writ upon genetic code.
We ain't finding shit here. I could use a stim though. That'd be nice. What are you gonna do?
Blockage is no more. The arch enemy's ritual defiles all it touches.
This means we are heading the right way.
The abomination is no more. Tread carefully. Rapid slow. Fiery retribution. Your reign of terror, death, and dark gods shall show these heretics only further. The land itself drifts. We cross upon these wayward stones. It is as grotesque dead as it is alive. The Imperium's hammer rises to strike. The Imperium weeps not. Survival falls for El Negote. Blood. Another. Embark the floating land. Let it ferry us across.
Okay. We got one more potential boss fight here. I mean, it could be a little rough. In the swamp. Actually, we got two more triggers. We'll see. We don't have a relic. We do have one stim. But we should be okay. As long as it doesn't give us like a disgusting one like that again. Oh, I fucking hate these teleporting assholes.
They have succeeded only in extending this battle. The traitor tasted the Imperium's justice. Avenging angels spoke. Embark the floating land. Let it ferry us across.
Basically.
That pitiful Xenos was but no horrid blight.
Dude, oh my god, that guy's war farming me. Where is this guy? Oh, there you are.
Soon the heretics will face our unwavering wrath.
Dude, holy shit, he's actually trying to long shot me, okay. I ain't dealing with none of that.
bones are ripe for kindling. I will enjoy watching you wither into understanding. You will always relate.
Librarian is probably for the next game. Yeah, we're probably not going to get a librarian in this one. That's pretty unlikely. Pretty damn unlikely.
Their depravity. They feed the faithful to the void.
Brothers, we put an end to this together.
Smite those abhorrent eyes and set the Cadians free. Who is the Primarch?
Our father, our kind.
Who are the Adeptus Astartes?
Sworn defenders of the Imperium.
We have nullified this corrupted field. Pass your attention to the Sangor Spearman.
Oh my god. 1 second. There we go. Ow.
Extermination is counted.
Stain of corruption is upon us.
Send Gilliman's regards to Craven Magnus. The seeds of heresy.
Another ward falls.
Avenging angel at your disposal.
Cadians, you are liberated. Do your duty.
Reinforcements will not provide them relief. Ashes to ashes. Rust to rust. Target that demon. War gear
See this.
Survivor forms throughout the company. Lost. There's more to come, and they too will be purged.
Guardsmen freed.
The Cadians are freed from the traitor spirit. There lies the font of their sorcery. Seize the altar and cast their works into ruin. Advance! The altar awaits our wrath! Your archmagus gleans forbidden truths. He saw through the corpse emperor's lies. You cut your own flesh. You will waste countless roads. The altar awaits our wrath! Your courage as we feel your wings. Yours is a rotting empire. Come to power as inevitable. Let us see which fails first. Your ammunition or your brittle minds. Behold the host of the changer of ways. We do not tire.
Dude, the assault's voice goes hard in this portion of the map. Alright, let's do this. We did it. Hey, there we go.
Viridian, Auspex confirms the rift is collapsing. Heretic warp signatures are dissipating across the battlefield. Exemplary work. Return to the Resilient. Have the Cadians follow. Their exposure to the...
Alright, there we go.
I haven't had knees for 4 decades, and yet they still ache.
Vespacia saying the mission with the final name is peak. It definitely is. Pretty fucking peak, I must say. Alright guys, 1 second. I'll be right back. Easy peasy. First try, watch. Watch this, boys. First try. Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about, Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about a Death's Grasp Power Fist build for the Assault class in Space Marine 2 Patch 13. Now this is the easiest build on the Assault in my opinion currently, mainly because this weapon is just incredibly safe to use thanks to the Heroic Perk effect here, Follow-Up Shot. Performing a finisher marks a nearby Majoris or higher enemy for a gun strike. Light attack damage increases by 200%, but charge attack damage decreases by 50%. Now, even a 50% reduction in charge attack damage here is still very potent on this weapon, and a 200% bonus light attack damage, that is very substantial and really helps you, like, basically lower down the enemies into that gun strike range in the first place, and being able to gun strike over and over for free with perks over here like Armor Reinforcement for Armor Restore just makes your life go way more easily, and for that reason, we're going to be using this build today. So, for the perk tree on this, we do start off with the perk Perpetual Strength first, so melee damage increases by 5%, moving here to the perk Heavy Preparation. Heavy attack preparation times reduced by 30%. Now, even on a 50% reduction here, oh my god. My voice is suffering, dude. You never play Tabletop? It's pretty good. Tabletop is pretty good. Any plans for weekly runs of viewers today? Like the new weekly? The one tomorrow, sure. The one right now, no. I don't care to do that one at all. Hi, FTD in chat. What's up? How you doing? Alright. Hey guys, first regards here, and I'll be talking about the easiest assault build in Space Marine 2 Patch 13 for hard strats and operations. Now on this build, we'll be using the Heroic Power Fist Death's Grasp. This one is super powerful in combination with the Assault class, mainly because of your Heroic Perk effect here, Follow-Up Shot. Performing a finisher marks a nearby Majoris or higher enemy for a gun strike. Light attack damage increases by 200%, but charge attack damage decreases by 50%. Now, getting double light attack damage on this, or like over double, is kind of fucking insane to be... Okay, you know what? Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about the easiest assault build for Space Marine 2 Patch 13 to dominate hard strats and operations. Now on this build, we'll be using the Heroic Power Fist at Death's Grasp. This one has a great synergy with this class, mainly because of the Heroic Perk effect here, Follow-Up... Fuck. Slow down. Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about the easiest assault build for Space Marine 2 Patch 13 to dominate hard strats and operations. Now, on this build, we will be using the Heroic Power Fist Death's Grasp, mainly because the synergy here with the Assault class is very strong with stuff like Armor Reinforcement, because you have... Actually, no, we'll put this in a different way. What's up, man? What's up, Zenton? How you guys doing? Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about a Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about the easiest assault build for Space Marine 2 Patch 13 to dominate hard strats and operations. Now on this build, I will be using the Heroic Power Fist Desk Grasp. This weapon has great synergy with the assault class because of the heroic perk effect down here, follow-up shot, which says performing a finisher marks a nearby Majoris or higher enemy for a gun strike. Light attack damage increases by 200%, but charge attack damage decreases by 50%. Now, getting free gun strikes on an assault build with armor reinforcement is so damn powerful because it's just free armor over and over, and armor's... and fuck. Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about the easiest... Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about the easiest assault build for Space Marine 2 Patch 13 to dominate hard strats and operations. Now, on this build, I will be using the Heroic Power Fist. Fuck. Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about a Heroic Power Fist build for the Assault class to help you dominate hard strats and operations. Now, in my opinion, this is the easiest assault build. Fuck. Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about the easiest assault build for Space Marine 2 Patch 13 to dominate hard strats and operations. Now, in my opinion, the Desk Grasp Power Fist is just like the easiest weapon to use in the entire game currently, especially for melee classes like Assault, because with the perk here, Armor Reinforcement, that gives you back 1 armor for every non-finisher gun strike, on top of the heroic perk effect here, follow-up shot, you get a ton of free armor, because this one says performing a finisher marks a nearby Majoris or higher enemy for a gun strike. Light attack damage increases by 200%, but charge attack damage decreases by 50%. Now, getting free gun strikes on every single finisher like this is so damn strong for like shooting things like Zone Throws out of the air, dealing with Chaos Spawn, and especially Tyranid Warriors, and a 200% increase for your light attack damage. That is tremendous, and even with a 50% reduction in charge attack damage, this weapon's charge attacks are still pretty powerful, so like all around, this is a very powerful heroic perk effect. Now, for the perk tree here, when you start off with Perpetual Strength, moving here into the perk Heavy Preparation, heavy attack preparation times reduced by 30%. Now, even with a 50% reduction in our heavy attacks, this is still worth taking because preparation time being reduced like this is just so damn strong for us, and the Thrust Jab is such a powerful ability that like even with this perk, it's still worth taking. Next perk here is Perpetual Strength, up here into Perpetual Strength, and then we pick up the perk here, Focus Intention. When your health's below 30%, you take 50% less health damage while preparing heavy attacks. I mean, this is one of the best damage reduction perks on any like melee weapon in the game, so definitely grab this. Next perk here is a Tide of Battle that will up your power wave forward distance from 10 to 20 meters because the description here is actually incorrect. You always take this on every single Power Fist build for that reason, so definitely pick it up. Next perk here is Strength of Will for a 20% range damage reduction while performing a heavy attack. And then we go up here to the perk Following Blow. Back Fist and Back Fist 2 can be performed instantly after a charge thrust jab or hammer hook. This is actually pretty nice for breakpoints, unlike both this version, the balanced version, and the block versions. We're picking that one up here today. And next perk here is Combo, and the final perk here is Majoris Slayer, because a 10% buff against Majoris is just super nice on this weapon, so for that reason, we are picking up this one. And that's pretty much all there is for the Desk Grasp Power Fist. Like, to be honest, you pretty much build this one exactly the same as like all the other Power Fists because the perk tree here is pretty limited. But that being said, if you really want to skip over like Strength of Will for the perk here, Heavy Armament, you could do that, but like overall, I think this is the best setup. Now, for our secondary, I do take the newly buffed Firepower. Firepower. The Firepower. Now for our secondary weapon, I do take the newly buffed Firepower Plasma Pistol. This one got its common shot damage upped on all variants, but especially... Now for the secondary selection, I do take the Plasma Pistol because this one got a pretty major buff in patch 13. Now the common shot damage is like 30% increase, and that is very strong on the Firepower version of it. Fuck. Now for the secondary weapon here, I do take the newly buffed plasma pistol in patch 13. Now all of the relic tier options got a common shot damage buff in this patch, and also the firepower version has a higher gun strike damage than the other options, and for that reason, the contested health recovery on the plasma pistol is no longer like solely reliant on the charge shot, which helps you out a ton on this build because you can actually just fire off your common shots pretty regularly and get back a ton of CHP, and also the increased gun strike damage and stuff like proven efficiency here is quite strong, so we're picking this one up today. Now for the perk tree, I do start off with the perk here, Plasma Collection, going down here into the perk Rapid Cooling, and then we pick up the perk here. Actually, I'm going to reset the tree for you guys. Plasma Collection into the perk here, Rapid Cooling, into Plasma Collection, then we go into the perk Blast Radius, picking up the perk Perpetual Velocity for faster charge rate, going down to the perk Plasma Collection, Blast Radius, and the perk here Retaliation, and the final perk here is Divine Might for even more damage. Now you may be wondering, why are we skipping over Efficient Charge? Well, like I said before, you don't need charge shots all the time with this gun anymore, and your common shots are actually more ammo efficient per damage, or I should say, the damage of your common shots is more ammo efficient than your charge shot is now. Those charge shots can be higher DPS because you're firing off 10 or 8 energy instantaneously, but that being said, common shots now are very strong, so building it this way is actually pretty good. That's pretty much all there is for the secondary. Yeah. Wonderful. Wonderful. We got it, chat. Kind of lazy if you ask me. I mean, but smart. What would you consider not lazy? Okay. I believed in you. Thank you. Okay, flyer power is pretty good. Okay. So for the perk tree here, man, does anything but a lot of people like watching. A lot of people watching the build up was real. I mean, the only reason I can make these live is because I know all the perks in the game. Really that simple. Which is why a lot of people try to copy me. What can I say? Use Bulwark, he's busted. What's a good build to do the weekly stratagem? I've seen burn damage has been nerfed bad. I mean, the burn damage in this hotfix was not nerfed that much. That's exactly what I used to kill those bosses. Even with the nerf, it's still top tier. Like, even with the nerf. It's fine. That was post hotfix too. Actually, that was post hotfix, so you can still definitely use that burn build. I mean, that's exactly what I used for it, so. The burn nerf does not matter that much. It really does not. Just grab people who know what they're doing. At least you only need to learn 24 perks per class. I gotta learn 600 plus and record them in one take or restart also. That's what I mean, dude. It's like... I mean, this game's pretty simple. Like, this, I'll be real, guys. I don't know why people need build guides in Space Marine 2 at all, because this game is very simple, but apparently... The truth of my channel, I'll never understand it. But then again, if you look at the Reddit of this game for 5 seconds, you will immediately realize that these people are fucking brain rotted sometimes. Apparently they nerfed burn damage by 40%. Not only one burn damage increases perk work, so if you take 2 burn perks, you just wasted a perk. I can definitely feel the nerf, but yeah, I agree. I mean, the burn damage is bugged, if anything. It's not a nerf. It's probably not an intentional nerf at all, or it would have been in the hotfix. They put all the other nerfs in the hotfix. Hey, did you hear about the Shadow Pyre nerf that he tested yesterday? They Shadow nerfed the shit out of the Pyre weapons. It's just a bug. It's probably just a bug. Also doesn't matter that much. There's like 3 different bugs in this patch that they haven't fixed, so if there is a bug with the Pyre weapons, it's not that important. Because I mean, this is the build I used already on this hotfix. It will affect things like Siege mode, but who gives a shit? Nobody plays that mode anyways. At least not yet. Game is easy if you have brain and mechanical skills. Dude, this game is not mechanically intensive, okay? Yeah, I agree. It felt fine when I tested it yesterday. Barely tell the difference. Yeah, it doesn't. Like, for like 99% of players, it doesn't fucking matter at all. They'll just go around and walk around and kill everything, because that's just how OP the Pyre Blaster is still last year. Even with that nerf. I play Siege mode. That makes one guy. That makes one guy. The Space Marine 2 is not a mechanically difficult game. Not at all. I'm close. Anyways, let's go, yeah, the burn nerf, it's probably just a bug. Because they put the other one in the patch notes. If they actually nerf burn like that, they put it in the patch notes, I'm pretty sure. They usually do. Hey, I play Siege. Well, what they really need to do is just, like, fix up the Siege mode right now, because this is supposed to be a Siege patch, but nobody gives a fuck about the Siege mode again, because they fucked it up again. In fact, people cared more about Siege mode during the launch of it last year than they do now, where it's actually better. It's fucking hilarious, but what are you gonna do? I had my fill of Siege a year ago, though, when we were running the patch 8.1. I don't much care to do that besides weapon skins anymore. Now, anyways, do this. I mean, I play Siege, and the game does require some degree of skill, mainly spatial awareness and reflexes. I mean, kinda. But, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just elitist on this, where I'm like, I just played much harder games, and I'm like, okay. I come from Darktide, and Darktide is a significantly harder game than this one is, so... I don't find this game to be that taxing. That's why I picked it as a content creation thing. It's easy. Easy game. Or most content's pretty easy. I mean, you can pretty consistently just sit there and true solo this game's hardest difficulty without modifiers anyways. Anyways. Now for the Assault's perk tree, I do start off with the perk down here, Armor Reinforcement first. Non-finisher gun strikes restore an armor segment. This is just a mandatory perk on the desk grass in my opinion. You get a ton of benefit from this off of all those gun strikes, and Overcharge is just not worthwhile on a 50% reduction in your heavy attacks, and Wind Fury really does anything. Next, actually, Now for the assault perk tree, I do start off with the perk down here, armor reinforcement first. Non-finisher gun strikes restore one armor segment. This perk is just free armor restoration on the Deathcrest Power Fist. You always take this on this weapon because overcharge does next to nothing for you on a 50% reduction on your heavy attack, and Wind Fury is just not that strong at all. Next perk here is consecutive execution, killing 7 enemies, rapid succession, restores equipment charge by 1. Here, slow down a little bit, slow down a little bit. Well, I tested it in patch 13.1. It feels way worse than minus 15% damage against Terminus. I'm pretty sure it's a bug. I'm pretty sure it's a bug. Yeah, plus Auspex still increases. If they really want to nerf the Pyroblaster, make it so Auspex doesn't up your fucking burn damage. Okay, so like, look how nerf the Pyroblaster is. Hold on. Let's look how fucking nerf the Pyroblaster is. For like practical gameplay, it's just look at this. Like this would be like 99% of like your Auspex Andy's gameplay. This doesn't matter that much. It just doesn't. Like for Space Marine 2's general community, it doesn't matter. They'll just cook every boss. This is still gonna do more damage than like 99% of weapons in this game. It's probably a bug. But yeah, someone did tell me about this yesterday. But I'm like, dude, if I was able to solo complete the weekly hard strat with Burn, and the Burn was still noticeable damage on double bosses with Supremacy of the Strong, Burn's pretty cracked in this game. Even with a bug. Even with a nerf and or bug. Okay, well, I don't want this. I want Idle. So we just sit there and we just apply Burn stacks on them. I mean, that's already not necessarily unsubstantial damage on him, but then we're like, oh, we put an Auspex on him. We're gonna cook like half his HP. That's a stupid amount of damage for just something you just applied to a boss. And you have to imagine, like, while you're doing this, you're hitting every guy behind him too. So, Burn's still pretty cracked, even if it's nerfed. Not so much in siege mode anymore, but definitely cracked. And it'll probably be fixed. And that's with the 20% reduction in boss damage and the bug. That weapon's just suffering from success, really. I would say the amount of times I would see that nerf or bug would seriously matter to you in like a general gameplay would be like maybe in... Honestly, this weekly strat would be the one where I would think it would matter the most. And it would matter in siege mode. It would matter in like some of the custom strats the most, but like for like absolute operations, like general dailies, who gives a fuck? Oh yeah, something is definitely bugged there, but it's 48 versus 55 damage. If the dot is doing around 55 damage with Auspex, my video should be accurate still. Plus Auspex still increases burn damage, yeah. Well, the fact that Auspex increases burn damage just kind of makes it... See, that wasn't even with precise calibration, okay? We were just using concentrated fire, and like 2 burns... Still took out half his HP. That's such a fair and balanced thing. Such a fair weapon. Pyroblaster's super fun. They could probably cut the Pyroblaster's damage in half and it would still be an S tier weapon. Like, what fucking bolter is doing that? Hold on, let me take my auto bolt rifle real quick, guys. Let me take my bolt carbine, my heavy bolt rifle and just obliterate this guy's head. And people asking to buff the flame. Yeah, because flame is so underpowered, guys. It's so underpowered. Yeah, I wasn't even taking the boss nuke combo there. I had the wrong perks on. What will we ever do? Oh no, my Pyroblaster can't. I mean, they're probably gonna fix that though. The boss damage is definitely justified, I think. As I say here, let's say we're shooting this guy in the face, right? So even with our super Auspex on, this is with the better Auspex on, keep in mind. We take down half his HP, over half his HP, when we're just laying into him the entire time in headshots, which won't happen in your game usually. And that's with the better Auspex skin. But the Pyre Blaster has the added benefit of hitting every guy behind that guy as well. Okay. Okay. Thank you for joining the Imperial Guard, Petra. Idar, Minov. Damn, the dot doing some as a Vulture headshot. Send us to Games Workshop now. Yeah, guys, what are we gonna do when our burn dot does more damage than like straight up sitting like in a Carnifex's face with our gun? What will we ever do? Well, how will the Pyre Blaster ever recover from this great tragedy? Yeah, so if we take the Pyre Blaster dot, let's take it with the proper one. Do you think they'll fix the Kraken rounds plus heavy bolt rifle perks buffing the Heroic Plasma Pistol? They should. They definitely should. But that perk's been bugged for ages in like 3 different ways. Guys, the burn sucks now. Is there 20% Terminus buff? Hold on. Let's look at it. For a second, I thought it was actually nerfed. I was like, wait, why are we only doing half as HP? But I remember we picked up the wrong Auspex. So if you take the GOAT combo on the Auspex, this is without balance distribution, by the way, I'm pretty sure. So we take, so we're already doing like, yeah, that's, oh my god, the damage is like, it's pathetic, honestly. Like, I don't know how we could possibly assume that, like, I mean, we only did like half his HP there off of like a single burn purge. That's so reasonable. And we're only hitting every single guy in a 5-mile radius, not 5-mile radius, but we're only hitting every single guy clumped up behind him at the same time. God help the Pyre Blaster. How will it ever survive this tragedy? It's basically shit now, guys. I don't know how we're gonna make it out of this one. Sell your Pyre Blaster stocks immediately. it's basically unusable, really. You should feel bad for using that gun now. Anyways, that was a bit of a detour. Yeah, I definitely noticed the damage was nerfed on bosses, but like honestly, that was completely justified because it was fucking OP. Pyre Blaster was like, it is still better than like every bolter weapon in the game. The Vent Plasma Pistol is also doing more gun strike damage. You have primary equipped. It's really the highest damage gun strike at the moment. Interesting. Yeah, the Pyre Blaster is still better than every bolter in the entire game in terms of like overall damage. So I don't know why we. And like the burn perks that are not working on this right now, they're probably just they're probably just bugged. I wouldn't put that past Saber at all. Do you guys like my fit? We need justice for the Pyre Can. Yes, this thing actually sucks. This weapon, this thing sucks. Okay, it's like a C, D, B tier weapon maybe. It's only good because burn damage is so OP. That's the only reason it's good. Even like burn damage, even on this pile of shit, is still so OP. It's still like at least a B tier weapon. I would never take that into siege mode. This thing sucks. You'd think the Pyre Cannon would be good in siege mode, but no. No, it is not. Absolutely not. Okay. We'll do this now. You know, it's funny, the Death's Grasp might be like the only one of the only builds in this whole game that has like substantial difference. Now for the Assault perk tree, I do start off with the perk down here, Armor Reinforcement first. Non-finisher gun strikes restore 1 armor segment. Now for the Assault's perk tree, I do start off with the perk down here, Armor Reinforcement first. Non-finisher gun strikes restore 1 armor segment. When you are taking the Death's Grasp Power Fist, you always pick this up because you get so many damn free gun strikes. And also the perk up here, Overcharge, just as like... fuck. Now for the Assault perk tree, I do pick up the perk here, Armor Reinforcement first. Non-finisher gun strikes restore 1 armor segment. If you are playing with the Heroic Power Fist, you pretty much always pick this perk up because you get so many free gun strikes. And the perk up here, Overcharge, is like basically nothing for you because you have a 50% reduction here. But even with that 50% reduction, sometimes, you know, your Thrust Jab can still benefit off this perk, but let's be real, you're just going to pick up Armor Reinforcement. Next perk here is Consecutive Execution, killing 7 enemies in rapid succession restores equipment charge by 1. The cooldown is 90 seconds. Now because you have all this armor restore off of this perk here, being able to like kind of hide behind your fat armor shield and not worry about like defense mechanism is pretty easy. If you want to take this, you definitely can. This is like the overall easier option, but having Melta Bombs can also solve problems for you and prevent HP loss in the first place. Next perk here is Active Attrition. Enemies hit by damage from melee attacks executed while sprinting or dashing take 25% more damage for 5 seconds. This will apply a 25% damage taken debuff to the enemy that will also buff up your gun strike, so really good for us. Next perk here is Proven Efficiency. All team members deal 30% more gun strike damage. We are a gun strike build, so kind of a no-brainer. And next perk here is, of course, Furious Strikes. Hitting an enemy with an attack after a jump pack dash for jump pack's ability charged by 1, the cooldown is 10 seconds. This perk is godlike in Space Marine 2. It is free gap close on top of just giving you the opportunity to go jump pack positive, where if you get a free jump pack off of the commitment perk down here for a perfect dodge, you'll then be able to trigger this perk immediately after and go up a free jump pack and use things like ground pound because of that. So super powerful option here. Definitely pick this up. Next perk here is of course Wings of Flame. A jump pack dash damages enemies on trajectory and always works as a perfect dodge and dodging an attack. This perk is just incredible. You know, an easier setup potentially would be like Zealous Blow, but to be honest, your Power Fist here is pretty strong at horde control anyways against Minoris, so Wings of Flame is definitely better for things like bosses and stuff like that. Next perk here is Aerial Grace. After a per time dodge using a jump pack dash, you'll deal 30% more damage for 10 seconds. A 30% buff to your melee and ranged attacks here for just perfect dodging an attack with Wings of Flame is super nice because the Firepower Plasma Pistol, the common shots here do benefit from that a lot, and honestly it's just free damage. But if you want to take like Pride and Duty here, you can definitely do that. And if you do decide to take the easier option here, Zealous Blow, you can also just like combine these together for some more breakpoints. Now the final perk here is of course Commitment. A perfect time dodge using a jump pack dash for jump pack's ability charge. You always pick this perk up on the Assault now because every single jump pack dash on this class will animation cancel anything you're doing. So animation canceling like a parry animation or just like an enemy attack, or excuse me, your own attack to avoid an enemy attack is just too powerful to not take in my opinion. So for that reason, this perk is top slot always. Now for the prestige perk options, we do take Unyielding Oath first. When charging a ground pound, you become invulnerable to damage for 3 seconds. Moving here to the perk Fortitude for health increase of 15%. Then I pick up the perk here Practice Aim and Hammer of Wrath. Now Hammer of Wrath says, after using your jump pack, you take 30% less range damage and do not lose control from heavy hits and cannot be knocked back for 15 seconds. This perk has completely power crept adrenaline boost up here. It is incredible. You always take this option because Hammer of Wrath is just that strong, and for that reason, this is like a must-have in every single Assault class build ever, pretty much. And for that reason, fuck, we'll go back through it. We'll go back through it. We'll go back through it. We're almost done. We're almost done, chat. Throw a block chain sword good for Bulwark or Assault? Yeah, it's the best chain sword in the game. It's an S tier weapon. This is also probably a, I would say this is an S tier heroic because it's just like, it's pretty comparable in effectiveness. The only place this one seriously falls off, actually. Now this one's actually just comparable in effectiveness to the other relic tier options. It's just not that good in Siege. That's all. This one makes your games a joke. Why is the Pyre Cannon bad again? Terrible CHP recovery. Terrible CHP recovery. Guys on the YouTube side, if you're not on Twitch, go over to Twitch. Drops are still going until June 11th, by the way. We'll be streaming 12 hours a day until it's over. And then we'll do so for the next patch as well. And the one after that. Okay. Thank you for the Prime, Lotto. I'll run the hard weekly with my bare hands. There'll be a new one, like today, tomorrow. Where the fuck even is this? I hope Siege past 15 gets optimized better. People have been asking for that for like literally a year at this point. I think they just need to. Hopefully the new map fixes that, but we'll see. Yeah. I'm pro hard mode lock the Prestige 4. I want all these people gone. Dude, they really should lock it to Prestige to like dude, hard siege like hard mode strats should be locked. You're not wrong, dude. Guys, also yeah, it's 100% should be locked. You're not wrong, Revan. It's pretty fucking stupid it's not. Like you shouldn't have a bunch of trash can players coming into your hard strat game because they just decided not to fucking level lock the thing. They like so this is actually something they fucked up on multiple times now. It's like, so Darktide figured this out last year. Or actually last patch. Yeah, last year or something. Either way, they figured out that you have to, if you have a higher difficulty in a game, level lock this shit so you don't have a bunch of trash cans come into your game and just ruin it for everybody. Especially something like hard strats where like, it's literally impossible, damn near impossible for some builds to perform well on this if you don't have like the proper stuff. And you will not have that at level 25 before you're like level Prestige 4. This one's reinforced cranium on purgation and Laraman cells. Wow, that one's fucking easy. Waste everyone's time. That's what I mean. They've wasted everyone's time with that shit. Speaking of wasting my time, I need all of these done. It ain't that hard. The level lock hard strats from like a level 1. Alright, dude, go into level 1 with white weapons and like load up a hard strat and then come back and show it to me. And then tell me it's not difficult for like a brand new player to go do that. Depends on the modifiers, obviously. But go load up this weekly real quick at level 5. What do you recommend for a first heroic weapon? Newbie here. First heroic weapons, I'll have a whole guide on this. I have multiple. The other guide I made is still up to date for the most part. The only thing that's new, I would just say Argent Edge, probably. This is probably the best weapon for new players. Power Glide is also pretty good, but Argent Edge especially for new ones. Power Fist is a fantastic melee heroic. Yeah, so Death's Grasp is also like probably the best for new players. This one is so safe as a weapon. The Great Holdini, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you, brother. One day we'll have emotes for you, but it's actually, I find it funnier to aura farm Twitch with no emotes. Because I know I'm sure that pisses off some tryhards. It's also funnier, so personally, I find it funny to go on Twitch and just stream in 480p because you have all these strobe light people that just like get their cart before the horse and just crash out about it endlessly. stream in 4K? Why does he have viewers and I don't? That's them. I'm not kidding. I've had this happen from multiple people, okay? How does he do it? I can't figure it out. I bought my LED lights and everything. I'm thinking for the 200 bits, Zeke. Oh, I feel the power fist and a reasonable build is a great starter heroic for a new player. The heroic power fist is great for new players, and I'll tell you why. It's because that's the build we're making right now, actually, because it's the easiest build for new players, I think, on the assault class. Agreed, level lock is needed. Obviously for Bulwark. Perhaps an optional level lock for the players who decide what kind of game they're going to get into? Yeah. Alright. Alright, guys. Yeah, what this means. Yeah, what this means, chat. An LFG would be a great thing to add that to. That would also be a very good thing for the game, I think. We might get a hotfix today, too. Hammer of Wrath says after using your jump pack, you take 30% less range damage and do not lose control from the hits and cannot be knocked back for 15 seconds. This perk has completely power crept adrenaline boost up here. A 30% range damage reduction is incredible in this game, and no knockback for 15 seconds on the uptime is so strong as well that you pretty much never take the perk up here. And this perk actually used to be in the place of Furious Strikes, but they actually added in like a god tier perk here and just put this one in the prestige perk for free. So now you pretty much always take this, and that's pretty much all there is for this build, guys. You know, the Wings of Flame may be a little bit difficult for some players to use, so if you want to take Zealous Blow and like Smiting Angel or just like Furious Strikes and Pride and Duty, you can do that as well. This is a little bit easier, so for those players you can definitely do this, but overall Wings of Flame is much better for like free damage on Carnifexes, Hellbrutes, and like even occasionally a Neurothrope. So hopefully this build guide helped you, and if you like content like this, subscribe for more. If you want to watch me live, to ask me questions about the game, or just come hang out, you can find me here on YouTube or on Twitch with a link in the video description alongside a link to my community Discord. And as always, take it easy. Thanks for watching. Bye. Okay. All right, Jeff and I are going to come on here for a bit. 1 second, guys. Jeff. You show the Tech Marine build? What's the Tech Marine build? What does that even mean? Well, we haven't played Tech Marine at all today, so that's not saying much. What is the Tech Marine build, chat? What does he speak of? Your Tech Marine build, like the one you use? Alright, I have videos on that on my channel if you're curious. If you want to see good Tech Marine builds, I already have like a whole best builds guides for this patch. That should serve you pretty well. I'll be making like an easiest build guide as well for newer players, but yeah. The build that Tech Marine's the hardest. Yeah. That one. This patch has only been out for 11 days. It feels like it's been a year though. I've been stuck in this fucking chair for like 12 hours a day. I'm about to turn to a dreadnought at this point. I'm about to attack all over this Marine. He's right, you know. Alright, guy who want a Tech Marine build, this should answer everything you need to know. This should, for every class. These will all work. Every single one of these. Alright. Watching the stream while simultaneously playing the game and eating a pizza is quite the challenge. Good thing I have the Emperor to guide me. The Emperor protects, brother. The Emperor protects indeed. The Emperor indeed protects. I don't know why they had this drops campaign go on for so long. I don't know. I could not tell you guys. They made this one go all the way to June 11th. That's fucking nuts. But I feel like most people have their Honor Guard skin at this point. How long do they normally go on? Not this long. So the last time they had one was Tech Marine, and Tech Marines went from like February 26th to like March 9th. This one went from May 21st to June 11th. That's like that's an entirely extra week. That's nuts. Actually, a ridiculous amount of time. Fucking unprofessional people. Hello from Russia. Hello from Russia. How are you from Russia? We're gonna do a fencing Power X build next, I think. I wish the new bolt carbine was good. Looks like I proceed for the good frames. I just realized Nightwing died long before this game ever showed signs of it. Oh yeah, dude. People just go back to the actual Elden Ring is why. Okay. Let's do this. River scramble targeting. You think Gilliman can save the Imperium? No. I don't think he can. I don't think he can. I'm afraid not, chat. And the red cave. Only FTG can save the Imperium, dude. Dude, I ain't saving shit. I can't even save myself, dude. I'm constantly accosted by chuds every day. Occasionally, dude. This is what I get for being, for allying myself with random VTubers. What can I say? Alright, well that's going. What our next outfit? VTuber who, dude? Who not? Who not? I know plenty of VTubers. More than I'd ever want to. More than we ever wanted to. That's the truth. Okay. Yeah, VTubers for the win, man. Yeah, it said nobody ever, dude. It said nobody ever. Ah, they're fine. But VTubers do have, like, get disproportionately hated on Twitch, which is quite funny. Somebody asked me if I could be a VTuber once. We banned that guy. We didn't actually ban him. We thought about it. I guess we'll do like a Minotaurs. Actually, no, we'll do a Genesis chapter. So we can do a Brazen Claw. Not Brazen Claw, Brazen Consoles. There's no capes on Bulwark. Major L. If you ask me. So now, Genesis chapter are like the most ultramarine of all ultramarine. They wear ultramarine symbols all the time, so we shall be doing that this day. Not much of a Genesis, is it? God, guys, I've hit. You know, they say if you stream for over 8 hours, you hit a emotional deregulation. I don't know what the fuck that's all about, but at least 2 out of the 7 days this past week, I have felt disproportionately cranky. So I'm like, okay, maybe there's some truth to that number. The plight of the streamer. Let's be real, guys. Who the fuck cares if somebody, like, who the fuck cares about streamers that cry about their job? Let's be real, right? Not enough for grass and sun, yeah, dude. As someone who played MMOs before, I've had fucked up sleep schedules in my teens. Not as an adult, but we definitely had some pretty fucked up sleep schedules back in the day. Let me tell you. That shit fucks you up. I mean, who want to play here? I've not been to the gym in 3 days. I've been trying to do this damn hard. Minotaur stink. They definitely do. They also, dude, who the fuck likes Minotaur Drift? Who are you? Who are you, guy? Well, guys, I'll let you know when I finally hit my breaking point after I don't know 20 hours of streaming, and I crash out relentlessly. I'll post it as a video. It'll be funny for you guys, I'm sure. When I finally get one guide, when like one random commenter says something, and it's just like the fucking straw that broke the camel's back. That'll be a great video. FTG, when do you think the double-headed Aquila chess piece would come back? Usually they come out They come out in between. They did that last time for Tech Marine, so probably the next drops campaign. I don't know if they'll do one for patch 14. Maybe they will. They've been doing them more often. We've had a drops campaign every single, like, we've had at least one drops campaign between every patch ever since. God. Oh, I gotta send Mr. Reed this. All right. Let me get out of here. And FTG crash out / rants highlights channel. Sure, I'm sure one of my haters will make it for you. I'm sure it'll be out there, and then I can react to it, make that my own content. Maybe a Death Spectre's rip? You know what? I was gonna try it. Well, the thing is, there's a big Ultramarine symbol on top of this. So you kind of have to play like a Ultramarines adjacent guy for it, unless you want to, like, you know, go non-lore accurate. So like Praetor of Orpheus. I mean, Ironhounds are kind of cool. Tome Keepers are also pretty cool. Brazen Consoles. I actually quite like Brazen Consoles. I think they're pretty cool. Okay. I'll never forget the Minotaurs or the Cacardans for attacking the base Lamenters. I guess we could make a base Lamenters fit, couldn't we? You know what? I'm taking off the helmet. I'm taking off the helmet. I don't care. I don't even know what chapter to play. I don't even know what chapter to play, chat. Dark Angels. Wait, Death Specters. What successor chapter are Death Specters again? Guy who asked. I don't remember. If I get like one more, I'm actually Andy to come to my channel. Those are actually. That's not actually the outfit of the Exorcist. The Exorcists have a different color scheme because they don't know what Primaris color patterns are. It's over. I will do a Blood Raven. Blue Blood Raven, we can do that. My homies love Blood Ravens. You just won. It's Jeff. Jeff loves these guys. I'm just waiting for it to be confirmed that these guys are Dark Angel successors, so I can finally just start putting on Dark Angel's riff on them. And not feel too bad about it. Death Spectre's apparently Raven Guard successors. Interesting. We're doing Blood Ravens. Ball red. I mean, this actually looks pretty good in the Blood Angel. I mean, we can put on a different Blood Angel, not Blood Angel, Blood Raven. Alright. What shield do I want on this one? That's the only one. That's the only real question. I'll use this one. This is like the poverty shield right here. Fucking impoverished. All right. There we go. Let's go body some guys. Let's do a decap run finally. It's been a while since we've done that.
Lieutenant Titus predicts the Tyrannid's Hive Tyrant is leading a swarm along a corridor toward the Astropub. Assist in the defense of the bridge until you confirm that the Xenos Overlord has entered the kill zone. Then trigger the detonation.
The leader beast will not make it past us.
Lord Akaran.
Reload.
Hold on.
This is Talassa. Drop complete. Moving to objective.
Acknowledged. Proceeding to relay. Maintain box reports. Gamma clears out.
We crushed the Revenant fleet.
All right. Hold on, that's right, guys. Mr. E is fucking messaging me. What does he want? What does he want?
Fresh magazine. Re-up. See nothing.
We're gonna do some hard strats today too, I think. I really want, so before patch 14 comes out, I want to get all the capes and all the new Iron Halos unlocked. Why is my game lagging so much? Am I running or something? Oh, I guess so. I'm gonna restart my game real quick, guys. I don't know why it's lagging so much. I need a hard restart. You'll have to go through 1,000 ways of Siege. Yeah, whatever. I mean, we're just gonna grind out the wave 5 on normal over and over and over and over and get all that shit. That sounds pretty peak to me. Okay. Wonderful, wonderful chat. That's fucking annoying. dailies are rancid once again. These ones didn't look too bad. There's one with Laraman cells. That was pretty fucking easy to me. Reinforced cranium and Laraman cells on Oval. Let's probably just speedrun that shit. Evening, folks. What's up, V the man? How you doing? Okay, this is actually the CME one on this thing. I wouldn't mind more power rack skins in the future. One day we're gonna get another one. One day. Oh, we could just take a red one. These are the new ones. We'll do that. Back to decap, boys. I was casually getting addicted to this game, watching some content for it, you know? Hell yeah, brother. Dude, I've been addicted for fucking like 2 years on this game. Welcome in. First time? First time addiction? There ain't no rehab for this. Alright, pal. Might be cooked. Might be cooked.
Lieutenant Titus predicts the Tyranid's hive tyrant is leading a swarm along a corridor toward the astropathic relay. We are inserting you near a bridge held by the Imperial Guard that intersects with its path. You will level the whole structure and crush that Xenos monstrosity in the collapse. Visual on drop zone. Setting down. Assist in the defense of the bridge until you confirm that the Xenos Overlord has entered the kill zone. Then trigger the detonation.
The leader beast will not make it past us, Lord Akaran.
Time to kill some tyrants, shall we? Just found out I had an old expired code from 2025 for the Porphyr Shield skin. Well, it makes me feel better. The Porphyr Shield skin sucks ass, so you're not missing much. Hey, FTG, what do you think could be done with the power sword to bring it up in line with the other melees on Bulwark? I mean, it's already pretty good. Actually pretty strong. I actually put it above the chainsword right now. Thank God, true story. Yeah, the Porphyr Shield, dude. This is like, so the Porphyr Shield skin, listen, I'm autistic, okay? Allegedly. And I don't really care about the cosmetics from these push drops at all. I actually watch myself to get all of them, I know. This is the kind of, the pride that the Bible talks about, but, I collect them all just to have them. How many do I actually use? Probably like 3. Watching yourself for Twitch Frost is a power move. That's what something said. I said that 5 seconds ago. I like the sword shield, bro. Purely for the vibe. Dude, the power sword is peak. The power sword is like one of the coolest weapons in this entire game. It's also the only one I've made a melee weapon guide for so far. I'll make all the rest eventually, but once this stupid drops campaign is over, I know. How dare I have to stream for 10 bazillion hours. But we're very quickly coming up on my 1-year stream anniversary, and we're almost at 30k followers in a year. We like literally started this shit less than a year ago, so I think that's pretty good. I don't really know anything about Twitch still, but I think that's good. Two modes go burr, that was true. Yeah, I do the same with Rush Twitch drops, dude. Most of the Twitch drops, so I'll say Darktide has the worst Twitch drops of all time. They're all like purple confetti looking things. I'm pretty sure if Twitch hates your game, they don't actually let you do cool Twitch drops. They force you to have like the purple logos of Twitch and stuff like that. I'm a WoW player, we have atrocious drops, and that's shocking, because Blizzard's a fucking huge company. Space Marine 2, I'll say the Space Marine 2 Twitch drops actually go crazy, because all this game's player base gives a fuck about is cosmetics in the first place. I'd actually go as far to say that Space Marine 2's player base cares less about the actual game than they care about the cosmetics for the game. I actually think it's skewed towards, like, completely skewed towards that. I also don't think like this design Twitch drops that Games Workshop and Twitch agreed to. You know, the thing about the Twitch drops for this game is like a lot of them are super lazy. Actually, I'm gonna go out of the battle parts. I'm gonna show this. Like a lot of these Twitch drops are like actually dog shit. Some of the community event stuff is pretty cool, but like a lot of like these are like the laziest cosmetics in the entire game, but like people actually nut for this shit. They fucking go crazy for this stuff. Alright, so let's take a look at the garbage before us. So this is a Porphyr shield skin. This looks like a Twitch drop, right? Like these are the most obvious, like this is like the Twitch hand-me-down. Let me show you Giga Chad though. Let me show you the proper, this was the greatest Twitch drop they ever dropped for this game. That's now free. The Sergeant Matoris chest piece. This is when the game first came out, they put these out. This one, this is a peak Twitch drop. This is in the store now. This is the only one they've actually added to the store as well. This is the peak Twitch drop. The Iron Halo as well, peak Twitch drop. These were all originally Twitch drops. The secret level series. These were the best. I'll say as the current ones go, double Aquila breastplate. This is pretty peak. This one's pretty good. These skull chests, they're okay. This one's actually pretty S tier, I think. As far like if I were to rank all the Twitch drops, it's like an S tier one. Where are the other ones? There's one more that was actually pretty good. Yeah, the recent one that we just got. Yeah, like that you guys are probably grinding for right now. The Victor's Guard Gauntlet. This is good. This is a good one. I mean, it's not much, but like as far as like a singular piece of armor for free, this is a pretty high quality armor piece compared to the other ones. Now, if we're ranking the worst ones, well, that's obvious. Here we go. Bolt Pistol Porphyr Shield Skin. Oh! This thing looks like fucking Donkey Kong Bongo Chic. See, this thing looks like ass. This is like a Darktide skin. This is trash. We don't take that. Power Fist might be worse. Hold on, this is the one, dude. This is the one they dropped last time, I think. Yeah, this one's the worst. Holy moly. You might as well just put a fucking Twitch logo in the middle of it. But like, you know, they have the capacity for good free stuff, because if you look over here, okay, if we look over here, into our humble little abode, these are all free cosmetics in the game, right? Like all of these, like Black Templar helmets, double Aquila gloves, chain Rampart armor pieces. These are all peak. These new helmets especially are like, so some of the best helmets in this entire game are all from the Refinement Redemption shop. So we got the Black Crusader, the 30k helmet, we got the Vicious Guard helmet, we got the Head Taker helmet, and the Mark 7, and the Mark 7 with laurels. So they added both of these. Like we added one without laurels and one with laurels, and like that is pretty peak. Also a Mark 6, like a Bionic Eye and laurels. These are amazing. Like these are all free technically. Like these are all for free in the game. So tell me then, why? Why must my Power Fist look so shit? Why must my Porphyr Shield skin look so bad? Audacious, I say. And still their Vicious Guard, Honor Guard, Shield, and Cape. Well, I'm sure the capes will come eventually.
Lieutenant Titus predicts the Tyranid's Hive Tyrant is leading a swarm along a corridor toward the astropathic relay. We are inserting you near a bridge held by the Imperial Guard that intercepts with its path. You will level the whole structure and crush that Xenos monstrosity in the collapse. Visual on drop zone. Setting down. Assist in the defense of the bridge until you confirm that the Xenos Overlord has entered the kill zone.
The Iron Hand Champions can right arm is a worse version of the basic Technory right arm. Actually, Ravine, I think that one's a little better. I actually think that one's pretty peak.
Check. Iridium here. Still our gunship.
This is Thalassa. Drop complete. Moving to objective.
Acknowledged. Proceeding to relay. Maintain Vox reports. Cabin clears out.
I feel my frame's dipping. I don't know why though. I actually have no clue. Charge rifle? It might be.
Hey, I'm late to the party. I just got the game yesterday. I'm going to start playing today. Any new player tips that you missed in your videos? I've been watching your vids since yesterday, starting the campaign a little bit myself. Did you watch my new player guide? That is probably the one I'd point people to first. That should explain everything about the operations you need to know. You're definitely right to start campaign first. Yeah, watch that one, the class one. I will be making some more guides once this campaign's over. Once this fucking Twitch Rock campaign is finally over. And I'll be making a lot more stuff beyond build guides and some of the other videos I've been making recently. I was making like some general guides, but there's a lot of stuff I've had planned. I'm always behind on things. Everything always takes me longer than I think it will. Good morning. Oh, it's Jeff. All right, Jeff, get your ass in this call. Get your ass in this call. One second. Wondrous. This morning, Jeff. You're actually here. Yeah, why is Mr. E keep messaging me? Actually, I know why I keep messaging him back. Sorry, guys. L streamer moment. L streamer responding to messages on stream. A classic FTG.
Dead air L stream. Show us the tech. Dead air L stream. You're right, bro. Dead air. W streamer, AFK stream, Armory Hall, Aura farming, Armory Hall, Aura farming. I'm a big fat piggy that eats all the Armory Hall enjoyers. Sorry, guys.
That silenced the Tyranids fire chitter.
Ah.
What's pulling the third force? And at every last beacon for the Imperium.
I see you watch out, an alien is jumping you. Where? These guys aren't jumping, you're lying to me. They're walking menacingly towards me. What call? Okay. Oh. I guess I have to record a video with Jeff.
I'm really disappointed because that is just an abhorrent shade of red. No. That is the wrong shade of red.
Your drift choice is fucking terrible. This is the base shade of red, dude. You just like trash, okay? You like slop.
Oh my goodness.
You couldn't handle my most powerful slop, Jeff. Have you tried? My slop is too powerful for you.
It is. Where is this? Okay.
Okay. So today, guys, people in chat, Jeff and I were going to talk about the Cape grind, I think. There are a couple things I want to talk about here. So the Ultra Grind Ordeals. They lowered the rewards, Jeff.
Yeah, I saw that.
They've made it so they're easier now. And something I want to talk about that we mentioned before is like, what should we expect? So I want to talk about the new class, first of all. We talked about this multiple times before on the new class in the game. And more importantly, like, what is the new class going to be? What archetype are we missing? Because we're probably not going to see a librarian in the game, so I think that'd be a good idea to go over here.
Well, we got some clues. I mean, we know that Apothecary would work with, you know,
We got the
system.
the chaplain thingy that came out. I
We got
forget.
the chaplain thingy that came out. Yeah.
They've also talked about that before. They want the chaplain thing.
They are making a great sword, so Judiciary's on
That's
the
not
table.
confirmed. People keep thinking that's
They did
confirmed. It's not-
tease it though.
They did tease it. One of the community managers can't say. I don't know if people keep saying that it's not confirmed.
Yeah, they did tease. I think it was in the December or January update,
I said
where
it
that was
was-
the same update where they confirmed that they weren't going to do Lightning Claws in Space Marine 2.
For now. They might change their mind
For
on
now.
that.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I feel like that's where we are with like the chaplain. Is they're like, oh, I don't know how we could put this in, but then they're like, yeah, everybody just wants it. So
I think the Tech Marine did incredibly well in this game. I don't think there will be a patch that brings many players in this Tech Marine for a very long time, just because Tech Marine launched with PSN Plus and Xbox Game Pass. They made a major push to get as many players in the game as possible. It'll take a lot to do that again. I think Scutari will do that for Darktide, but alright, well,
I mean, I think the when it comes to like retention, dude, like Purgation is actually doing a really good job of like retaining players.
I'll tell you why that is, dude. It's
This is a
because
banger, dude.
it's because they didn't have a fucking PTS for this thing.
That, and I think the Ultra Grind Ordeals are doing their job. Like, a lot of people are sticking around for them.
Yeah, they're sticking around to do their little cosmetic grinds, what they want.
Yeah.
I think players complain a lot more about things they'll do. Or I should say, I think players complain a lot about things they wind up doing anyways. So here's my hot take. Here's my hot take, Jeff. Like, I don't think players can...
On stream? On stream?
On stream, yeah. All right, all of you fucking...
On stream, hot
all right,
take.
all you
Everybody,
trash can...
Everybody get in here!
Yeah, everyone get in
here!
Yeah, everybody get in here. Every single one of you guys. Every single one of you gamer dads with 17 kids and 19 wives and 50-hour work weeks, okay? You need to hear this. But they hate on the accolades. The people who hate on the accolades grind in this game, the people that hate on the ultra grinder deals, guess what? These are the things that are keeping your game alive the entire time. These are the things. This is why the retention is so much higher in year 2 than it was in year 1. Not just because of content drops, because players have. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go do my weekly. Oh, I'm gonna go do my daily. Oh, I'm gonna go get my accolades. I'm gonna get my ultra grind cape.
Yep.
And just because you cry about it on Reddit because you fucking suck. Excuse me. Just because you cry about it on Reddit does not mean that like players are gonna quit from these ultra grinder deals when like the player numbers just say otherwise. Just came from the beginner guide.
Ideally, the game would just be good enough to where people would stick around based on the merits of the game itself. Like for example, Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring.
I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 is carried by mods.
You think so?
I think in a large part it is at this point.
I feel like Space Marine 2 could be like that, but I think Baldur's Gate 3 is just a really long game, dude.
I also
like a lot of
think...
casual players just take a long time to play through the game.
I also think Baldur's Gate 3 is a very open-ended game.
It is, yeah.
FTG is losing his mind. He's attacking his own audience. I'm attacking Reddit, dude. They hate me.
But no, a lot of like dailies, weeklies, accolades, fucking ultra grinds. Like they're kind of cheap tricks to get people to log in and play more, but they work. Like
it's true.
Saber and Focus understand the psychology of the average Warhammer fan.
They'll do anything. They'll sit there for hours on end to get one fucking cave. And they'll complain about it the whole time.
Yeah. But it's crazy though, because like, once they get the cape, you got two kinds of people. They're going to stop playing, which means that the ultra grind did its job because it kept them around, it retained them. Or they're going to keep playing the game, and it's like, okay, well, why were you complaining in the first place if this is what you were already going to do?
I put out a community poll the other day asking players. They thought the cape round was too excessive now, and it's like 50-50 split, 24k votes. It's in a good place. No, it's too long, but both groups of those players are probably still playing the game.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we'll talk. The moment I was told we're flirting with Reddit, he got completely depressed and started balding. Dude, Reddit is just fucking. It's full of who the fuck goes on a forum to complain. First of all, who does that? About like a game being difficult. Like imagine you're getting shit on a video game, right? And like your first instinct is like, let me go and whine about it on a community forum. Could be me. If it keeps players engaged until the next content drop, that's true. I do that actually. Well, that makes one guy. All right, Jeff.
Real wrestling, don't do that, dude.
Let's talk.
You're not allowed to do that anymore.
You're banned from that.
Yeah. Instead, you have to go outside and work out.
Yeah, we content creators in our ivory tower say you can't do that anymore. Because our opinion definitely matters. Totally. Gamer dads complain on Reddit like it's hours at work. Yeah, dude, because they all work 90-hour work weeks. They have 15 children.
No, like
and
it's HR. Like it's HR.
HR.
Fool, you idiot. It's because you don't have a real job. You don't fucking know the
true,
people
dude.
anymore. You're so disconnected.
A detached streamer, L streamer moment. Detached Twitch streamer. God, I hate Twitch. God, I hate streaming. I fucking hate all of it so much, Jeff. You have no idea. You said, if I buy LED lights, kill me.
I will.
Thank you. Polar's Teeth is not C tier. Okay, bud, go play a hard strat true slow with it 10 times, and then compare that to 10 times the White Scarf's Chainsword, and then post it for me, and then we'll watch. And if you're correct, I'll say viewer humbles me and put it in the video.
That weapon's not good. This thing, you think this thing is in C tier? Tell me, guy in chat. Don't worry, Jeff. We'll get to your thing in a second, though. Tell me, guy in chat. Where does Double Edge Relic belong, if not C tier?
Double Edge Relic is
Pretty
not
shit.
that great.
Pretty shit.
Yeah, it's not that great.
The
They
white
need to increase the speed. It's just too slow.
the White Scarf Chainsword's better for stomp builds than the fucking Double Edge Relic is. At least B tier. No, dude. It is not B tier. It is not better than like a Heroic Instigator or like a let me check my list real quick. It's one of the worst heroics in the entire game. What do you mean on? Doesn't do anything. It's worse than all the relic options too. Not particularly good. It's way too slow. You will get knocked out of so it's the best weapon for a double stomp technically, but you'll get knocked out of your double stomp constantly because it's a shitty 4+ speed balance weapon.
But I feel like Saber still hasn't addressed that Stomp doesn't do as much DPS as just Shoulder Bash.
Also, wait, so you said it deserves to be B tier? I put it in B tier. What the fuck are you complaining about? Or what are we complaining about, bro? I put it in B tier. That's exactly where you want it. I don't think Double Stomp isn't all that good, dude. I have literally no reason to take your opinion seriously in this game, but you're just like, trust me, bro. Post some gameplay of it and show me, and then I'll care. Sometimes you just gotta argue for the sport. It's true.
That's true. That's really good, actually. The man, you've just been promoted to veteran. Welcome to the first company.
Trust me, bro. I'm from the console. I did get humbled by a console player. He's correct about one combo, but he was wrong about literally everything else. I got you. I'll make a deck slide. We all await with bated breath. Okay, we're gonna. All right, Jeff. First of all, let's talk about the. Let's see, just talk about the Cape grind. Like we'll do two. We'll talk about Capes first, and then we'll do the other one.
Sure.
Hey guys, first regards. Let me just make sure I guess the first part up. Hey guys, first regards in here, and I'll be talking about the new Cape grind ordeal requirements and just some of my thoughts on like player retention in Space Marine 2 going into year 3. And to talk about this with me, I have brought on Jefficus once again. What is up, Jeff? We talked about the Cape grind a little bit before and like how players are having a pretty huge problem with the 100 absolute requirement. It did get cut in half, so how do you feel about that?
Well, I feel pretty good about it. I think that, I had previously said that I was kind of on the side of being someone who is for the Cape grind simply because I know that cosmetics are the real end game of Space Marine 2. And so having something to chase in the long term, I think is healthy for the game, but 100 absolute missions was a little ridiculous. So I had proposed different things such as 1,000 accolades, or being able to earn them in PvP or through other ordeals that are much more challenge oriented rather than grind oriented. But I think that nerfing the grind, basically just cutting it in half, is a pretty good midway point between what I was recommending and the I guess the grind that Saber wanted to impose on players.
Now, I put a poll out 2 days ago or so asking players how they felt about the grind now, and it's pretty split in the community currently. Like 50% of players that voted in that out of like 24,000, they said that it's in a pretty good spot, and the other half was like they still think it's too long. I think at some point you do need a long-term grind in your game. I think the Ultra Grind ordeals and the accolade system we have from Hard Strats in like patch 10 forward have done a great job at player retention, and the real question is like, who are the players upset about the Cape grind? Are the players who are like dedicated, who'll be playing the entire time, or are they like casual players who are popping in for like a little bit to play the game and they're gonna leave? And like, will the Cape grind keep those players around? Because the Purgation update, you gotta think for an update this size, the ordeals is like a huge part of the player retention here, as opposed to say a patch like Tech Marine, where like the main content there is like a huge new class, because we really didn't get a ton in this patch in terms of like direct content beyond like cosmetic unlocks. And I think cosmetic unlocks have been and driving the player base to stay in Space Marine 2 for a very long time, despite like the complaints. And I think cutting it in half is a pretty good midway point, like you said. But when it comes to the War Gear update, we have to keep in mind that the War Gear update, this is part 1 of 2. So like there will be more Ultra Grind ordeals, there'll be more stuff to unlock, and we're only like the part 1 of this. So I'm curious what you think about that one.
Well, it's so funny, right? Because a lot of players who play Space Marine 2 were kind of like gamer dads and people who have kind of been around the block for a while. And it seems like we're basically telling Saber and Focus, like, oh no, we actually just want to give you money for cosmetics, just like with every other video game company. And like, we don't want to actually go in and earn the cosmetics for ourselves. And it's such a very, like, interesting problem to have, just this weird like dynamic duo of like, dude, like, what do you want? Like, what do you actually want for the game? Do you want Dark Tide system where we rotate cosmetics in a shop every 2 weeks and then
Excessively
they
priced
disappear
cosmetics as
forever?
well.
Yeah, excessively priced cosmetics. Or do you want to actually go in, play the game, and earn it? Do you want to have a trophy that you could show off to other players saying, hey, I earned this. I play the game a lot. Like, I'm a good player in this game. This is kind of something that you would see in like classic MMORPGs, something like World of Warcraft or old school RuneScape, where you would see someone with a prized item and you would know immediately, like, oh, this guy is good. This guy plays the game a lot. And that's exactly what these Ultra Guides fulfill the niche of. Whenever you see, a fellow battle brother in multiplayer with one of these items, like, you just immediately respect them. You're just like, oh shit, like, this person has dedicated a lot of time to this game. So I feel like that's just, in general, that's how I feel about it as a player who does not like microtransactions. That's how I feel about it as a player who likes devoting a lot of time to these games, is very passionate about them. But I do understand the want from the more casual player base, who I believe is the people who do not like this grind, to get these capes. I do understand that, because I know that absolute difficulty is a little too difficult. It's a little far out of their reach. I just hope that there are some of them who would look at this as an opportunity to get better and try to tackle absolute difficulty as well.
I think that's a fair take, and I'll play devil's advocate here for the casual player base in the sense that I think players are okay with having a difficulty-based unlock system for like really substantial cosmetics, like a major helmet edition or something like that. The thing about Space Marine 2 is I believe this game is in some ways held back by its DLC system of like selling cosmetics constantly, which means every time they come out like a cosmetic pack in a paid DLC, those are usually the best cosmetics in the game. I mean, Space Marine 2 still comes out with free cosmetics from Twitch drops, from things like the cosmetic in chapter packs, and obviously not cosmetic, the heroic store ones. The heroic store items are free. Those are substantial cosmetic additions. But the thing is that we are kind of stuck like halfway between like paid DLC cosmetics and free cosmetics. And because of that, when you add in an Ultra Grind ordeal system like this, and you give players this opportunity to unlock cosmetics through a grind, they're unlocking fewer cosmetics than they would be otherwise, mainly because they're also forced to pay for those to support the game itself. Whereas in a game like Dark Tide that sells you a new class like RVDs or the upcoming Skitarii or Hive Scum, you have the opportunity to just like fund the game that way, and then give players more substantial cosmetic unlocks as like an addition to that, because the game itself is being supported. Because at the end of the day, Saber wants to make money off of Space Marine 2, and their chosen monetization scheme for this game is through the cosmetics. So adding in, they're not really incentivized to add in a super like tremendous amount of new free cosmetics, which they still do to like some extent, but you could definitely have way more. And like when I go back to a game like Halo Reach I've talked about before, every time you as a player would level up in that game, you get access to like 10 or like 20 new cosmetic options, and like there's a really like nice drip feed of those cosmetic unlocks for the player. But in Space Marine 2, it's like, okay, you have to play 50 absolute operations, so you get like one new thing at like 1 tier, one new thing at like 25, and one new thing at 50 if you do that every class. Like, it doesn't really feel like you're unlocking a ton of stuff along the way, and I think that's where the grind like really comes in and feels monotonous to players. But like I said before, this is a War Gear update part 1, so like maybe some of these ordeals will be combined together in the next one.
That, and to your point, I think that the middle ground is that in future cosmetic updates, or as we get more and more, and you're already kind of seeing this with how they keep expanding the cosmetic system and how you can equip so much on each space marine, with the exception of sniper, get fuck snipers.
Yeah.
But the uh, you can have capes in these battle passes or in the annual passes and in these different chapter packs and everything. Like you can have capes in those, and those could be for the players who are too casual to grind the ultra grind ideal or ordeals rather. Jeez. So I think that's probably a great middle ground for all of this. And I do also believe, to your point again, that once we get more of these ultra grinds added to the game, then they're probably going to break them up and do a better job of drip feeding the rewards for players.
I would say like the drip feed rewards is like what they really need to like kind of recognize here. But again, we have ultra grind ordeals here, and then we also have the heroic source. Like there are two separate sources of cosmetic grinds on top of siege mode for weapon skins as well. And I have to say they've done a pretty good job at like giving players an opportunity to unlock free cosmetics in the game. I think most companies would not give you this many free cosmetics on top of like monetizing their game entirely off of cosmetics. But that being said, when it comes to the grind of Space Marine 2, the absolute operations requiring you to complete 50 of them, that's a pretty big ask for players. So I think the big issue for a lot of the player base was that absolute operations are too difficult for them, and the middle ground for that from Saber was that they did not nerf the custom strats mode, because custom strats do work for the hard or the absolute operation completions for the ultra grind ordeals, and they said they will not be nerfing that at all. And I expect like that's our middle ground here, because that's pretty much the only way certain players can actually unlock these capes at all. And that might sound crazy to some players who are like super dedicated to Space Marine 2, but you gotta keep in mind, like not every player in this game can actually complete an absolute operation once, let alone 50 times, and let alone on like every single class. So hopefully like the future ultra grinds they add in the next patch with patch 14 will like address that a little bit more. It's not just like strictly ultra grind ordeals, because I think having, or not the ultra grind, absolute operations, because I feel like they've done a pretty good job here, but the requirements are a little too gated for like pure player skill. And even though you said before that giving an opportunity for players to like want to improve their skill is good, I think having that be like 50 absolute operation completes for every single class is a little excessive. And a lot of the players who play the game even casually or like even regularly, they just aren't at that skill level sometimes, and they still want to unlock these capes. So hopefully it's not just going to be a custom strat grind forever. But those would be my final thoughts on that one before we see like the next War Gear update.
I mean, they could do like tiers of like 10, 20, and 30 completions per class if they wanted to keep the system the same. And I think that that would still retain people for literally hundreds of hours. But I don't look at these ultra grinds as something that need to be completed now. Like they're not something that
That's
should
true.
be looked at as something that needs to be completed in 1 week or 2 weeks. There's something that needs to be completed over the entire course of Space Marine 2's life cycle. Like it's so just in Darktide, there is a penance or an achievement where you need to get 1,000,000 kills. And to conceptualize that, you might be getting on a really, really good match like 500 to 1,000 kills per game. And so you have to have a lot of really, really good matches to get that penance completed. That's effectively how I view these capes. They're something that are a long term goal. They're not something that you should be farming and trying to earn right now. Because if you do that, you're just going to burn yourself out and you're not going to enjoy the game.
I think that's a fair
That's how I
point.
feel.
I definitely think that's a fair point. I think in the case of Space Marine 2's community versus Darktide, the player base is far more cosmetic focused than Darktide's community actually is. And a lot of
Oh,
Darktide
yeah.
players don't expect to get all the borders or the titles like Poxbreaker very quickly, if ever. But in Space Marine 2's community, people want capes. Like the most casual player ever will like look at capes and be like, I want that red cape really badly. And you just don't see a similar thing in Darktide, for example. But like you said, I mean, it does help with player retention. It's not really something you should be rushing towards, in my opinion. I mean, I rushed my Black Cape and my Imperial Fist, but that's just because I play this game all the damn time. But Space Marine 2 already has a pretty excessive grind. But keep in mind, there is also a progression update that got moved to like year 3. So we'll see what they do with that. But for now, those are pretty much all of my thoughts on the Ultra Grind or the Ultra Grind system ordeal stuff. And let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Do you still think it's too long? Do you think the Ultra Grind capes just take forever? Do you think the custom strats of being like a cheese method is toxic for the game? I've seen that brought up quite a bit, but thank you for coming on to talk about this with me, Jeff. I think it's a pretty good conversation here. I think we brought up some good points. And if you have any final thoughts, let me know.
Not really. I mean, I love playing the male version of Barbie girl dress up as well. Like
It's true. That's this whole game.
that's exactly what this conversation is I need this cape so that I can make my Space Marine look perfect. Please.
It's pretty much what it is.
Saber, please.
Well, thank you for coming on to talk this with me, Jeff. And thank you guys for watching in the comment section below. If you want to check out Jeff, you can find his channel in the description. If you want to subscribe to me for more content like this, you can do that here. And as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye.
Fun stuff.
All right. Well, Jeff. Never the most important conversation of all time, where we get to fucking be vindicated and Saber right the entire time about year 3, because some of these fucking some of these people said,
yeah, hey, raise your hand in chat here if you didn't think that there was going to be a year 3.
Yeah,
even after we presented the evidence that there was going to be a year 3.
The very
December.
Obvious evidence. The very, very obvious evidence. Yes.
Yeah.
And people
yeah,
still...
if you guys got front row seats to the...
People called me a
YouTube
coper,
videos.
dude. They called me a fucking coper. Can you believe that shit? People said this game was dead, man. I can't believe that. Vindicated. That was what it was. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe those fucking people thought there was going to be no year 3. Guys, if you thought there was going to be no year 3 for this game, I'll say it right now. It's going to be year 4 for this game, too, and probably year 5. But if you have as many years for this game until Space Marine 3 comes out, straight up.
They're going to be taking their time with Space Marine 3 now. Now that they have, like, a moneymaker, like, they're going to be taking their sweet time.
It was already on a 4-year dev cycle. Like, they can take their sweet-ass time. We already know it's a different company working. Or I should say, we already know Space Marine 2 is the most successful game that Saber Interactive has ever made, Jeff. Ever. This is a 25-year-old company started in 2001, and this is their biggest moneymaker ever. So...
Yep.
Just
to give you guys a concept or an idea, there are more players playing the game now than there were at this time last year. Way more. And for longer. For way longer. The highs are staying high for a long time.
Been that way all of year 2.
So, dude, like, it's been like that all of year 2, and it's going to keep growing. This community is going to keep growing, because Space Marine 2 isn't a game like Destiny 2 where they take content out of their game like a bunch of idiots. Like, Space Marine 2 is just going to keep getting more content, more reasons to play the game. So it's going to be around for a long time, dude.
Dude, Space Marine 2, I was actually just thinking about... I was talking to Indy about this the other day, where I was like, dude, I don't even know Space Marine 3 is going to be like content... Space Marine 2 is going to be so content-rich by the time it's done that I don't even know... if Space Marine 3 will be like... It might be like a Payday 3 launch. Who the fuck knows? I think the campaign's going to be huge. I feel like the campaign's going to be the big push for that game, because that's really what brought players in for Space Marine 2. Like, if you think back to launch, right, Jeff? Like, Operations was dog shit, and campaign is where everyone was at. Now it's the opposite. Operations is, like, dramatically better than the campaign in Space Marine 2 is by, like, leaps and bounds. And Captain Titus with Sergeant Matoris are going to be the next one with Gadriel, because Chiron's fucking dead. So I imagine they're doing like a big push for that. You might even see like another secret level series in between there to like show some more cinematics for like the upcoming campaign we're going to see, because I'm pretty sure the secret level series we had in December last year, that actually was December it was 2024, so like almost 2 years ago, or like a year and a half ago. That one that takes place after Space Marine 2's campaign. So like that's Sergeant Matoris and Titus after post Space Marine 2 campaign. And now we have 500 worlds, which means we're probably going to get some stuff for that. I talked about this a little bit before we even get into this video, Jeff. I talked about this in a different video, was that Blood Ravens they're going to be, they were in Space Marine 1. So we might see some stuff in Dawn of War 4 that hints towards Space Marine 3, because Dawn of War 4 is having the Lion, and 500 Worlds had a message from the Lion to Gilliman for the 500 Worlds stories. Like, I think like all this stuff might come together, like these game chapters, because like Blood Ravens are effectively a video game chapter, and might see some stuff on that with Space Marine 3 being hinted at in Dawn of War 4, and maybe even like Total War 40k in the future. So I think there's
I don't know why we're not recording right now. We probably should be, but like we've discussed before, like this year is like the year of AdMech, right? Like
Yeah.
everybody is coordinating together, all these different video game companies to push AdMech. Dark Tide is releasing Skatari. Mechanicus 2 had its shadow drop during Warhammer Skulls. Fucking AdMech are going to be a playable faction in Dawn of War 4.
Tech
Rogue
Marine came
Trader is
out.
releasing an AdMech companion. Like, dude,
Tech
like
Marine in
it is the
February.
year. Yeah, it is the year of AdMech. Tech Marine fucking came out. Space Marine 2.
Iron Hands
Like
chapter pack.
Iron Hands Chapter Pack. Games Workshop literally did everything they could to just push AdMech, and it's probably working. They've probably spawned an entire generation of AdMech fans just from like the video game content pushed in this year alone.
I mean, we saw this last year where it was like, where we had. I mean, I'll record in a second. I swear to God. We saw we saw this last year. I just like talking about 40K. Dude, what can I say?
Yeah, me too.
We saw this last year where.
Yeah, chat. You need to do a better job. You need to do a better job of engaging FTG because every time I tune in, he's just fucking staring at his screen.
I
just
call
fucking
Armory
playing the
Hall. I
game.
call Armory Hall aura farming.
Oh boy.
That's why. That's the official name of it. It's Armory Hall aura farming.
Mhm.
But yeah, the point is that they did the same thing that RBs last year where they pushed into Road Trader, they pushed it in Dark Tide, and like Games Workshop's making major
Yep.
pushes towards like getting, because there's absolutely no fucking way that like Tech Marine just popping out at the same time as like Adeptus Mechanicus 2 and Skatari in the same year and all this other shit is gonna possibly be like just a fluke. Dark Tide harder than SM2? Now you're capping, right? Dude, you must suck at video games. You think Space Marine 2 is harder than Dark Tide. Go play Havoc 40 solo and come back to me and you complete it for the first time ever, because someone can do an absolute off-true solo every day in this game.
Yep.
No one's ever done a Havoc 40 true solo, dude. Never, ever. Never happened. Even Agatha, who actually popped into my chat once and asked me if she plays Space Marine 2, probably arguably one of the best runs ever on Dark Tide. They had to lower down spawns for Havoc 40 to do that solo on Arbides when Arbides is broken. They need to figure out how to run a live. Games Workshop's trying to get their shit together when it comes to marketing and promotion across all channels. They need to get their shit together when it comes to figuring out how to run our live stream. That's true. They can't run a live stream for shit. Did you see that during the Adepticon?
Yeah, not just Adepticon, but even Skulls. The sound in the like presentation during the event was like really fucked up. And I don't know if that's because Alana Pierce had her stuff like super high volume and all the trailers had really low volume, but like, dude, it was
pretty bad.
It was not a great presentation.
It also didn't help that they dropped the patch for patch 13, like literally an hour before the patch, like the Skulls drops. I was stuck there watching Skulls while I was playing the new patch. It was like, I know it's like 100% just a me content creator problem, but that did kind of annoy me. They did that, and I'm like, why are you guys? Actually, not even just as a content creator, even as like a player for the game. Like, imagine you want to go play the new update for the game you love, and you're like, oh, but this show's on.
Well, timing matters. I think that what they should have done, and in the past, guys, like these Warhammer Skulls presentations used to be timed very well, and they're like, "Hey guys, like by the way, as of this trailer
hey guys, first
reveal,
regards,
this thing is available starting right now."
Hey guys, first regards in here.
Like, this is available now. And I think they kind of did that with like Mechanicus too. It's like this is available right now. They did that with the Warhammer Survivors demo and with Bulkin 2. It's like, this is available right now to play. And as soon as they reveal it, boom, it hits the Steam store.
I just slammed my audience with my recording. Hey guys, first regards. I really sound like that, chat. It's like that fucking set. It's like that scene in a.
Someone pointed it out as soon as we started. They're like, "Oh shit, they're locked in."
Dude, I have like I have like a fucking. I've been like this my whole life. I can't
Donut. Yeah, Donut. I fucking saw that, dude. Donut's like, oh yeah, they're fucking locked in.
Dude, I told you, bro, dude. I told you. You know, did I ever tell you, Jeff, that like my high school put me on the debate team for the
you have told me, yes.
Yeah, they told me they wanted me there. They forced me to read all the. They forced me to read all the books.
Hey, have you considered like a career in radio? And I'm like, no, radio is dead.
Radio is dead. This is radio.
Yeah.
We're in radio as we speak, guys. FM.
Hey, Alpha, you just became my best friend because that one is also how I got into 40K.
All right, hold on. Let me get this one ready. We're gonna
Put
talk
her-
about the new
put her there,
class. What the new
brother.
class is gonna be.
Yeah, sure.
Because we talked about this. I mean, I don't think people have been saying just this year, biologists might not even be like a front line. So I have a couple thoughts here. A couple thoughts, Jeff, before we get into this. Number one, Gravis armor.
Sure.
We don't have another class of Gravis in the game at all currently. So Apothecary would give you like cosmetic swaps between the heavy and another class finally.
It doesn't even matter though, dude, because like Cave and Strike's model is a mix between Phobos and like an assault gear. So you can mix and match armor pieces. Like Space Marine 2 can totally flip that switch
Dude,
and just unlock everything for everyone.
my hot take is that I actually think that these days, I actually think that these days Primaris armor for Mark X being modular and shit is actually better than Firstborn. Can I say that?
Yeah, I think you're allowed to say that.
Can I
I
say
think
that?
that's why they're selling. I think that's why they're selling so well, to be honest.
Yeah. Death Gripper,
It's
thank you
because
for the
people
Prime.
think that they're cooler.
They are cooler, man. They are definitely cooler. It's I think like when it comes to Primaris color patterns in 40k, I think they just work better. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I think they just work a little bit better than I think Firstborn is more of like a, oh, this is a thing we knew as nerds, and we like it more because of that. Maybe I'm not a big fan of them. I don't like Phobos that much, I'll say that, but like the Mark X modular armor, it makes more sense. To be honest, just like as a thing they would use. And if you guys don't like Primaris Marines, good luck surviving the next 20 years of 40k.
Horus Heresy Drip is actually really cool.
Yeah.
Command Chick and Pulaski have a really good point because the Horus Heresy stuff is it's like Space Knights, like Space Knights fighting each other, and that looks really fucking cool. But with 40k, it's like, oh hey, we've upgraded our tech. We're no longer just Space Knights, unless you're a Black Templar or Grey Knight.
Okay, Jeff. We'll get it. So here, I'm locking in.
Okay, okay.
Hey guys, first regardsman here, and I'll be talking about the brand new class that was announced for Space Marine 2 for Year 3. Now, we got a community post at the end of May here that pretty much confirmed to us that we now have a new class coming in the first half. Actually, I'll retake the intro. Hey guys, first regardsman here, and I'll be talking about the upcoming class for Space Marine 2 in Year 3, and what this class might actually be. And to talk about this with me, I have brought on Jefficus once again. Now, Jeff, we have talked about a new class coming to Space Marine 2 many times before. We mentioned things like Justiciar or Apothecary, so how do you feel about the confirmation of a new class coming next year, and just like what this could mean for the game? What do you think it will be in the future?
Well, as we've discussed, new classes are a really good way to breathe fresh life into the game. Space Marine 2 does such a good job of differentiating its playstyles and creating replayability with its various classes. And with something like the Prestige grind, like you're kind of guaranteed to stick to that class for, like 100 hours or something like that before you really master it. And I think that it's fantastic. I think that this isn't going to be the last class that we see for Space Marine 2. And I think that Space Marine 2 is going to get continued support in the future. We're probably going to get at least 2 or 3 more because there are a couple of different specialist archetypes that could be added, and that would facilitate very well into Space Marine 2's gameplay.
I believe that they said initially before the Tech Marine came out that they were going to wait until they saw how Tech Marine performed to add in a new class to the game or confirm a new class. And I imagine Tech Marine did very well for Saber Interactive because, first of all, they pushed the Tech Marine out with like the game on Xbox Game Pass and PSN Plus for the first time ever. So they want as many new players to come into the game as possible for the Tech Marine. And we've talked about this a little bit before, that AdMech has been heavily pushed by Games Workshop this year. We have Skatari coming up in Darktide. We had Adeptus Mechanicus too. So I think like next year we might get some hints towards that based on like what the lineup of games will be. And personally, what I think the next class will be is probably a chaplain. I know some people mentioned Apothecary before, but I really think they're going to move towards a chaplain because a proper melee support class in the game, I think that would fit the current lineup of class archetypes far more, though we should keep in mind that their other game, World War Z, did have a medic come out, so that is a possibility for the Apothecary as well. But like, which class do you think it's going to be?
Well, I'm kind of torn between three different options, and it all kind of falls in line with different pieces of evidence and teasers that Saber and Focus have put out on their various social media channels. Like, for example, with Chaplin, I don't know if you remember their Facebook post where they did it as like an April Fool's joke. They're
Oh
like, "Hey,
yeah, yeah, I
introducing the
did see that.
Chaplain, like, oh, hey, we're gonna be adding to this game," and it was obviously like April 1st, like, "Ah, I fooled you." And but they've kind of pseudo confirmed that they are working on a great sword, not doing any lightning claws. Sorry, lightning claws fans. And so that kind of makes me lean towards something like the Judiciary because I think that we need a controlling playstyle in the game. I think we need something to control enemies. That's not something we currently see, especially with our melee lineup of Assault, Bulwark, and Vanguard, if you consider the Vanguard kind of a pseudo melee. Apothecary would work very well with Space Marine 2's combat system, especially if you consider the Biologist, which is more of like a debuffer type character. And then the last one would, of course, be Chaplain, which falls in line with what I think Games Workshop is trying to push for 11th edition. The trailer that featured the Blood Angels, for example, the narrator and a main character of that trailer was a chaplain. So it would make sense if that was kind of the direction that Space Marine 2 was going to be heading towards next year.
I definitely agree that Chaplin is highly likely. I mean, just based off of the previous comments of the creative director at Saber Interactive, they did say they want to like mess around with Chaplin at some point in the future, and picking the class for them was pretty difficult, but they went with the Tech Marine first. Obviously, I think that the choice for Tech Marine was not just Saber, it was also Games Workshop, obviously, saying like, hey, we're pushing AdMech this year. The first class you guys will release for your game will be a Tech Marine. You do what you want after that, or like we're going to push you to do Chaplin in the future. As far as just this year is concerned, that's an easy option for them because number one, just this year's have like sworn silence, so they have no voice lines, so they can just like completely skip over hiring voice actors and stuff like that. But also the Temper Mortis, for those of you who are unaware, is like a time slowing device these just this year's carry around with them. That could be really cool for like slowing down enemy range fire, slowing down enemy melee units. I think support archetypes like that are very fun for players, but also we could see that with an apothecary because apothecary is something players have been asking for forever because let's be real, a very like common want for players in horde shooters is a healing archetype class because players want their games to go more easily, and because of that, apothecary has been a like much mentioned thing throughout the game's entire life cycle. And like I said before, World War Z did have a meta class come out like post launch for it, and that was a very popular class in that game. And Saber Interactive has said before they want like World War Z to be a huge inspiration for their post launch additions to this one. So apothecary and chaplain, like that's kind of where I lean on like the most likely options because they did say that the class they'll be adding was like much requested by the community, and I haven't seen any that have been requested as much as the apothecary and chaplain, and also the 11th edition trailer, like you mentioned before, that does have a chaplain like right in front of us. So I think that would fit the game pretty well. I think both of those have a fairly support archetype because a chaplain could be a melee buffer and a biologist could be a debuffer for the enemies and and like a buffer for your teammates. So that's where I lean on that one.
Yeah, I think that I think Apothecary would be a great fit, and it would also be an opportunity for Saber to finally nerf the Bulwark because a lot of people kind of hang on to Bulwark because of its ability to just deliver a full team heal. Pretty much whenever the Bulwark wants, they kind of have like direct control over that cooldown because of certain prestige perk setups. And so adding an Apothecary with not as much healing as the Bulwark might make it seem like it's more of like a hey, you can bring this. It's not a mandatory requirement to bring kind of this support into your game. Like it's nice to have, but you're definitely giving up, damage or resource economy because maybe the apothecary can't regenerate any ammunition or equipment. And all it does is HP. Definitely a good opportunity for that. But man, it would be so freaking funny, in my opinion, to add a chaplain because you would either have to have the second company pull into reserve companies to pull from their chaplains. So basically, they would have to borrow one, or you would have to play as freaking Leandros, which would be, in my opinion, amazing.
I think
Because
players would love that.
dude, I don't think Leandros did anything wrong. I am Team Leandros all day, every day.
Now, the Andrews is a great
Titus
chaplain.
he is. Titus is sus as fuck. So I think that playing as Leandros would be fantastic. I would love to get into the headspace of that guy. So I would love it. I'd be all for it.
As far as your point on nerfing the Bulwark's HP healing, I feel like that would go over pretty like with a pretty big controversy if they did remove healing off Bulwark and probably Vanguard. Now, Saber Interactive has said before they're not a big fan of like the healing class abilities in this game, at least for like global heals. So right now we have two major ones with Invigorating Icon on the Bulwark for like your banner heal, and the Unmatched Heal on the Vanguard for like healing off every extremis. I think those might get like nerfed or removed if we did get a healing Apothecary archetype, because they probably want to keep most healing on the Apothecary. But then you run into the issue where like players would be like, oh, or especially casual players would be like, oh, we must have an Apothecary on our team. That can lead to some pretty toxic interactions where, like, let's say you load up into a quick match and suddenly you have players being like, take Apothecary or we kick you and stuff like that. So they might just leave the healing as is on Bulwark and Vanguard. And personally, I think having these healing class archetypes, like these healing class perks, is good for the game. I think there should be classes and just like team comps that are easier to use for newer players, because at the end of the day, it is a PvE game, and like while challenge does matter, while like you can't have things be completely unbalanced. I see this come up a lot where people are like, oh, it's a PvE game, why does balance matter? It's because, you know, at some point you want to actually interact with the game systems, and if every gun one shots, if every like, you know, ability gives you back all of your HP, you're just playing, the game's playing itself basically. So you want to have like a little bit of a middle ground there, but having some type of like higher margin for error class tree or something like that, I think that's good for the game. I don't really think they should remove the Bulwark or Vanguard perks, but that might be a decision they make on the Apothecary if they add that. Though I will say one other thing I've seen requested by the community a lot is like a Terminator or Librarian class. Number one, Terminators are like never coming to Space Marine 2, in my opinion.
No,
Terminators are just way too different. They almost always operate as like a primary Terminator unit versus like, you know, an addition to a Primaris unit. A Librarian, I think that would be perfect for the game, but I really think they're going to save that one for like Space Marine 3, because imagine if Space Marine 3 coming out and the trailer shows like the upcoming class will be, you know, Librarian, and people will go nuts and be like, holy shit, I cannot wait to play Librarian in Space Marine 3's operation. So I think they will probably save that for Space Marine 3. So the big choices here are like Chaplain or Apothecary. And on the note of Chaplain, how would you want that class to play if it did come to the game?
Well, for the chaplain, I think that it would be interesting, right? Because they should theoretically only have one melee weapon as an option. So I would want them to have both a primary and secondary weapon as well. And then I would want them to do something that they've never done before for any other class. I think that if they add a chaplain to the game, you should be able to kind of switch your loadout a little bit. Like if you want to run an assault chaplain, you could do that, so you can have a jetpack. Or if you want to equip and the aux scanner from tactical, you could do that. Like kind of like a choose your own ability or playstyle kind of class. And I think they could totally do that because we're seeing this with something like Darktide. The way that they do classes, the Skitarii, a lot of information is going to be releasing on it very soon. But you're able to build your talent tree in several different directions. It's not linear like the other classes in the game. And so I think that the more classes that these co-op horde games for, for the 40K setting put out, the more they're learning to think outside the box and outside of the conventional perk trees and everything that we have available to us. So I would ideally like to see multiple playstyles accessible through the chaplain, with the one thing holding the chaplain together being their melee weapon.
Yeah, I'm glad you actually brought this up, because this is something I have echoed before, where Tech Marine, he feels like a post-launch class. Like the class feels substantially more.
Yes.
He feels like substantially better in his perk tree than the other classes
And
from the base
evolution.
game do. Yeah, in evolution, like all of his playstyles are very distinct. His servo gun has like 3 very distinct options for like plasma, sniper, and standard. And every time I like talk about the Tech Marine, it takes me like an extra 8 minutes or so, because there's just more going on with the class. So I think we should really expect something like that from like a chaplain or apothecary or like any future class for the game, because you have to keep in mind that the team working on Space Marine 2 now is not the team that was working on Space Marine 2 when it came out. So the initial 6 classes of Space Marine 2 were made by a different, part of the development team at Saber, obviously, but like a different team than what we are currently working with. And the balance of Space Marine 2 as it stands in year 2 is significantly better on like every class than it was in the game's launch. And that is almost entirely the responsibility, the result of this current team we're working with. And I think they're going to do the same thing with a chaplain or an apothecary, whatever new class we have, because I really would expect every single post-launch class to get like a little more intricate. I think that'll be very good for the game because Tech Marine is, in my opinion, like the best class in the game in terms of depth right now, besides like some of the additional features on Assault or Bulwark. And because of that, I think we should expect something similar with those.
Also, not just with the like the chaplain or whatever class is going to be coming to Space Marine 2 next, but also with like Vanguard and Heavy. Like whenever they do reworks for those classes, Saber has learned a lot since launch, and the Space Marine 2 sandbox itself has evolved since launch. You know, initially we were running just 6 operations on ruthless difficulty, and now you have things like hard stratagems where you can get double terminus spawns with more health and more damage, that will consistently hit the rotation. And so your classes need to be good enough to take on that kind of challenge, whether it's in a group or solo. And so this is now what Saber is using to balance their classes. They're not using ruthless difficulty anymore. They're looking at absolute, they're looking at stratagems, and they're also looking at siege. So I'm very excited for any potential class buffs or reworks that are going to be hitting our current lineup, and then of course for the classes that are going to be added in 2027 and beyond.
I think that's a good point. And one other thing I want to mention here is that on the like the sandbox, Saber did come out and say like directly in a community post, so like, okay, the sandbox, expanding the sandbox is their #1 priority. So when it comes to like class power levels, I think every class, like some level of power creep will always happen in a game like this as new content is added. But I think Space Marine 2 right now, in a lot of ways, can be much harder than it was at launch for like different reasons. But the reasons the game is harder now is like the game is far more fun and far more balanced and fair. But like the difficult things it throws at you, those are tools you can use from your, or you can use tools from your classes to deal with those in like much more interesting ways than launch. And like you said, ruthless difficulty is no longer the main difficulty we're balancing around. We're balancing around siege mode, hard strats, and absolute difficulty, and all of those have a pretty big emphasis on bosses. And I also imagine that like as time goes on, they've mentioned here with things like the tactical class, they're going to be expanding like melee mechanics as well and stuff like that in the future. So maybe we'll see something like that with a chaplain. But that's pretty much all I have to say on my thoughts for a new class. I really do think we're stuck between Chaplain and Apothecary. I don't really expect it just this year. I think that's like a little too out there for this game. Not to say like it's like totally out there, but I feel like with the current lineup of Primaris, we have a Chaplain just like fits in perfectly, or an Apothecary, and I think like Librarian is also just like a little too excessive for what they want to do in the game currently. Maybe they'll put that in before Space Marine 3, but definitely not in year 3 in my opinion.
I just love that there are options, dude. I just love that we have this speculation in the first place. I think that it says a lot about 40K and about the fandom in general that we are all just extremely excited about the possibilities of more classes getting added to the game.
Oh,
I love it. I think
definitely.
it's great.
I think new classes are going to keep coming to the game until Space Marine 3 comes out. I also think they're aware that new classes is what brings players to the game. Like, these will almost always be the biggest updates for a game like this in any Horde shooter. You see the same thing in Dark Tide. You see the same thing in World War Z. You see the same stuff with, like, new factions as well. But, like, for the most part, classes just add so much on their own. Like, even if you have a fairly unsubstantial update, like we had with Patch 12 in terms of, like, new content beyond the class, because we just got, like, one operation and 3 new heroic weapons. And in fact, Patch 12 was initially supposed to launch with no new heroic weapons. Add those, they like split them between Patch 13 and Patch 12 to like make up for that. But Tech Marine was still enough to bring a ton of players back, and I think we'll see the same thing with like Chaplain and also the upcoming anniversary patch. So thank you for talking about this with me, Jeff. You guys in the comments can let me know what you think the new class will be. I think there's like a lot of interesting speculation, but for the most part, I think people are landing on the Apothecary, Chaplain, or just this year. But in my opinion, it's Apothecary or Chaplain. But thank you guys for watching. Jeff, if you have any final thoughts, let me know.
No, I think we covered this pretty neatly.
All right, guys, if you want to subscribe to Jeff, you can find his channel in the description below. If you want to subscribe to me, you can find me here, obviously. And as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. All right, good job, Jeff. Text in the mail.
Nice. Nice. Putting in the work, dude.
I mean, we talked about that many times. We could talk about year 3 as well, what we can expect from that game.
Yes. I was looking at The topic that I was thinking of was, and this is something that we could do way later. We don't have to do this right now, but because I think that like Space Marine 2 is peaking, dude. Like
Dude,
I
it
actually really love the game
is.
right now. It's so fun. It's so fucking fun. And I have been thinking like, what does Space Marine 3 have to do to be Space Marine 3, to be a sequel to this behemoth of a game, especially in 2 to 3 years when we have thousands of hours of content. Like, what does Space Marine 3 actually have to be? Dude, it has to be something like Chaos Gate Deathwatch, where right off the bat they're introducing like 8 different fucking factions just right away. Like, it has to be something crazy. There has to be an insane level of content
I think you're right
to
on
get
that
people in the
front.
door.
So like Space Marine 3's year 3 will, I mean, you talk about Space Marine 3 to get people in the door. Yeah, what's the scale of the game going to be? What's the game scope going to be? Because Space Marine 2 is so big. It's going to be so fucking big by the time, like, I've seen people say this game is dead. They're all dumb. And this game is
Yeah.
very much, it's quickly becoming one of the biggest horde shooters on the entire market, I would say.
Yeah.
It really
Yeah.
is.
Well, so we didn't really touch on this because we kind of skimmed over it, but you talked about how balance is important in these games. Having bad balance is how you get a Helldivers 2 situation where you have thousands of players leaving the game every week because of very poor balance and because guns have been terrible in that game's meta forever. We complain about bolters in Space Marine 2, and Saber has buffed bolters like fucking 5 times over the past like
That's
year
true, dude.
because of player feedback. So the developers are actually listening, and here we are, dude. We're still playing the fucking game. because the
People
developers
in the
are actually
chat.
listening.
Let's ask chat real quick, guys in chat. What do you
Sure,
think
yeah.
about the balance in Space Marine 2 right now compared to launch?
Dude,
Like, what do you guys think? Like,
better.
a lot of you have been here the
My
entire
gosh.
time. I know, because I recognize your names. Like, I've been streaming this game
Yeah.
for like religiously for like a year and a half, and not even close. Best it's ever been.
Yeah.
It's really good. Yeah. Like, okay, but what? Like, how much better do you think it is compared to launch?
Dude, on
Give it like an 8.
launch, it took two bolt gun clips to kill a Tyranid warrior.
The only guns that were
Now,
particularly good were like Meltas. The game had no
Melta.
enemies. All the melee weapons, like
Yep.
I shit you not when I say, Jeff, that the melee
The
weapons before
Artificer
patch 9,
blockchain sword.
dude, the artificer tiers were better. Let's see, like the
Yep.
strength of like the balanced weapon here. This was a 1-speed chainsword at one point in time. It was a 1-speed,
Mhm.
14 strength chainsword. That is like the strength of a. Everything's better now. Even like, and they launched that shit with absolute, guys. Keep in mind, absolute difficulty allows you to take a 14 strength 1-speed chainsword into it with like 1
Wow.
cleaving potential, dude. It's hilariously bad. I almost want to go back
Heavy
and look at some
Bolter
old.
still isn't in a good spot, dude. Heavy Bolter.
Dude, Heavy Bolter got buff. What the fuck you on, bro? What the fuck you
Comanche,
on,
what are you
bro?
talking about? What? The heroic Heavy Bolter is one of my favorite weapons.
That's
in the
I think that's
game,
Heavy's
dude.
best gun right now. I'd actually go
Yeah.
for to say.
What the heck?
Like, he went straight from F to God tiers, what Chonkman says. I'm inclined to agree. I need to get more coffee.
Yeah,
real quick.
Chalkman's right.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Grab some coffee and we'll.
No, guys, like Saber, as much as we criticize them, it all comes from a good place. But they put work in, dude. Like Saber has been putting fucking work in under the hood and making Space Marine 2 the great game that it is today. And that's not something that you can say for a lot of different horde shooters, especially in the same niche, like in the same Warhammer 40k niche. Like, dude, in Darktide, the meta is just now changing after like 2.5 years of discussion. And even with it changing, the weapons that were on top before the last balance update are still kind of pretty much on top. So Saber does a good job, dude. Like Space Marine 2 has evolved and it's going to continue to evolve. But yeah, Helldivers 2 is cooked unless the developers actually listen to the players, because the gameplay formula of Helldivers 2 is not changing and people are now getting used to it. It was kind of novel and it did its thing when it launched, but it's not special anymore.
We have found that Space Marine 2 has become far more of a hub for 40K fans and channels as a whole.
Yeah.
We really saw with like Dark Tide. So I'm curious what you think about this. Because in Dark Tide, it feels like Dark Tide has like its own like little niche community, but in Space Marine 2, I see a lot of the lore creators play this game all the time.
It's great for footage.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
great B-roll. It looks the game looks phenomenal. So
The game does look way better than Dark Tide.
yeah, and that third person perspective gives you more cinematic shots.
That's also
Just
true.
straight up.
That's also true. I asked both. I did ask Sandman of Terror this once. I was like, when Space Marine 2 came out, did you see like a huge influx of Space Marine fans all of a sudden? He's like, oh yeah, it's huge.
Yep.
An enormous like Space Marines as like just a chapter or just like a faction in 40K. Their like interest across all lore channels in 40K went way up from Space Marine 2. So I have to wonder. Dark Tide Melee is so lame. Real dude.
Well, I'd imagine it's a very similar situation to like Dawn of War, where when Dawn of War was created, like obviously a bunch of 40K fans were also created. They were spawned because of interest in the strategy game, and it's the exact same with Space Marine 2, and it's the exact same with every game that hits the mainstream or skims the mainstream. Like for example, when Total War Warhammer 40K comes out, what are the first 4 factions in that game? Space Marines, Asher Militarum, Eldar, Orcs. Like, dude, those 4
Yeah.
armies are going to be selling good for 11th edition. Is it a coincidence that Orcs are one of the first races being introduced in 11th edition? No, it's not a coincidence, because Total War Warhammer 40K is probably going to come out next year. And I'm a betting man. I'd be willing to bet that Eldar, Chaos Space Marines, Imperial Guard, and Orcs are going to be like the first 5 codexes for 11th edition. Like
You're
it's
probably right
gonna
on
happen.
that, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I would say they like more than ever the tabletop has been intermixed with the games, and we saw that with like Titus popping up in 500 Worlds and like the box set comes out immediately after.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that's good. Now we talk, now we yap.
Hell yeah, dude. You want me to join? You
what-
want to do some farming? Just some gaming?
Oh, I mean, I was just gonna talk about the year 3.
Oh, actual video. Okay. I was like, are we
Yeah, I was
actually
gonna be
gaming?
like year 3. I mean, there's a lot of
Actual
things. Yeah, you've been
video.
on
I gotcha.
well, you've been busy with your incredibly gainful career, and unfortunately, I've been stuck here in my little pit of SM2, and you're finally back, Jeff. And there's I'm excited for the next Total War info on the 7th too. Yeah, I was shocked not to see 40K Total War 40K at Skulls. I was very shocked to not see that.
Well, we had the Yarick little teaser, and so we just got confirmation that they are adding Yarick probably as a legendary lord for Asher Militarum, and that Armageddon is going to be one of the many planets that is in the game. So
I watched their big Total War reveal show they had. The planets look fucking cool in Total War 40K.
they do.
We only saw like one map and like a couple planets, but still, it was pretty big. I think that historical Total War fans are gonna crash out though when 40K fans just take over all of Total War, because I think that's what's about to happen. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh yeah,
I think
that
that's
is 100% what's going to happen. Yeah.
It's gonna be like fantasy on crack, where
Mhm.
where all the fantasy fans just like absolutely obliterated all the Total War historical fans in terms of like player numbers, and it's gonna be like that.
Here's what I will say though is I actually really love the Total Warhammer community, because when it comes to a community that, you know, gets shit done, like they're one of the few communities that has made the company making the game question how they monetize the game. You know what another community is that did that? This community, dude. The stupid chapter heads. The community checked Saber and Focus on the chapter heads. Like,
That
just a
was
straight check from the community.
Oh,
Like,
I have
what
some-
are you doing? This is too far.
Something funny to tell you on that. I saw a comment in their official Discord from somebody where it was like, this response from the manager, I'm so sorry that everybody harassed you guys for the chapter heads.
I thought they were great. I wish we had more of those. I'm like, dude, I guess we just like a boot on our neck. Like, I guess just how we like it. Dude,
Exactly.
like, oh, how's that boot on your neck feel, bud? Like, feel amazing? Like, what do you want to get nickel and dime for $5 heads? A $5 is enough for an entire cosmetic pack in this game. And yes, voice actors cost more than that. Every time you like $25. Oh, we talked enough about that. We talked enough about the fucking chapter heads. Okay,
Go,
really?
guys. If you're here and you're wondering what we're talking about, go into the archives. There, we
That's
made
true.
video upon video
I've
covering this.
talked like 7 times
Dude.
about that fucking thing.
Yep.
All right, so things we talk about here.
Explore the
Let me. So Helldivers 2 community's been in meltdown. I actually think I hear more about Helldivers 2 being shit than I hear about the actual game anymore.
Yeah, bro.
Also, so Helldivers 2, and this is the Vindication podcast. Well, this is the Vindication Armory
Oh,
Aura
okay.
Farming. You like my cape, by the way, Jeff? I actually unlocked my black cape on this guy.
I do like it. Yeah.
My Imperial Fizz. I actually stole this one from Chapter Master Valrak. Because I saw him wearing, like, he didn't have the cape, obviously, because he's a fucking casual, but he did have the, he did have the cool outfit that I stole, so. The Blood Angels voices sound like a
Hey,
proper.
we can't talk bad about Varric, dude. He's fucking boots on the ground. He's
He's
shaking
on the
up
ground.
Games Workshop employees at the local Starbucks over in London, like getting all the fucking.
I can definitely
juice,
say he's a
so
casual Space Marine too. I think that's a fair. I don't think he'd even disagree with that. I think he'd actually just
you
agree,
can.
dude.
You can, yeah.
I saw a video of his the other day where he was saying my Space Marine 2 has its own dedicated community, and all I can think of is like,
Yes.
that's us, guys. That's us, guys.
That's us, guys.
Who, us?
We're the community.
Who's he talking? It couldn't be us, guys. Like,
Oh my gosh.
that's us, guys. Who he's talking about? He's talking about the fucking 40k Space Marine 2 players. Alright, Helldivers 2 is not that bad. Community just doesn't like the difficulty of Super Hell Dive. Yeah, they are whiny bitches over there, you're not wrong. Also, as much as I love Valrock is a hardcore SN2 PvP player. I feel like you're lying to me, dude.
One of the four hardcore
Yeah,
PvP
Valrak
players
is
in
the
SM2.
goat. Or Valrak, blacklisted by GW, but still grinding out content for them on the daily. He's done a lot for tabletop in that game, I would say.
Yeah.
Still, even if like they don't like him that much, but what do you call it? I like playing high difficulty Helldivers 2. In my early days, everyone complains too much. Now, dude, that's just PvE horseshoes. Dark Tides community does the exact same thing. They just cry all day over like everything. They cry all day over dying of malice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're gonna talk about this. Lock in. It's my last. This is the last of my brain power. Just for this. Hey guys, first regards from here. I'm thought we'll be talking about the future of Space Marine 2 for year 3, and also just the scope of Space Marine 3 as a game. To talk about this with me, I have brought on Jefficus once again. What is up, Jeff? We have finally been vindicated that year 3 is confirmed for Space Marine 2 as of like the March or April community post, which is a pretty insane thing to hear them like come out with so early, because last year we did not get confirmation of year 2 until like August. So what do you think about this? I know you've been away for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was kind of obvious that there was going to be a year 3, mostly because, I mean, the game is literally Saber's best game, and it happens to be kind of this pseudo live service or post-launch support kind of game, whatever you want to call it. And so they're not going to just put it down. It would be really silly to put your cash cow down, Bungie abandoning Destiny 2. It would be very, very silly to put your video game cash cow away. So year 3, year 4, year 5, it's all coming. We already have Space Marine 3 being a confirmed project in the works. So Saber is going to continue, Saber and Focus, and who is it? Pull Up Entertainment. They're going to continue to make money off of this product for years to come. And I think we were kind of before we were hesitant to uh I guess dedicate to a like, oh, like year 3 is definitely coming. Like our prediction was still a prediction or a theory. But then when we looked at the Pull Up Entertainment earnings call and we saw the earnings that Space Marine 2, the revenue that it was generating pretty much, like dude, that locked it in.
Yeah, Saber,
100%.
Saber Interactive is a 25-year-old company. This company was started in 2001. Space Marine 2 is their most successful game ever. And if you look
Literally.
historically at what they've done for other games they've made that were far less successful, like World War Z, they support that to this day. They still come out with new expansion packs. In fact, the World War Z got an entire expansion pack that was separate paid DLC that like added an entirely new map, new class, and all of that. And that was for a far less successful game than this one. I would go as far as say like Space Marine 2 is pretty much guaranteed to get content all the way up to Space Marine 3 no matter what. Like I know that might be a controversial take to some people, but guys, expect a year 4, expect a year 5, unless like somehow year 3 dramatically underperforms from year 2, which I don't really see how that's gonna be possible because we do have a confirmation of a new class, which like even if it's mid, people will still come back for that. I think that Space Marine 2's future is looking brighter than ever, and the big issue with Space Marine 2 for a long time was that the year 1 content plan was very obviously made before they knew the success that this game was going to get on launch. And then year 2 feels like a direct response to that initial success we saw in 2024 in September. And ever since then, they've just been locked in by like Games Workshop and just their dev team. Just keep making content for this game, keep coming out with new cosmetic packs. They've also added in new DLC packs that were a bit controversial with the head pack DLC, but that was still like extra post-launch content. So I would expect something similar in year 3. Now, what is your initial impression on like the new updated roadmap and the year 3 stuff, Jeff?
Oh, I mean, I'm riding the high of the purgation update, dude, because I think that this update is so good and it adds so much to the game. My expectations are high, but at the same time, I know that Saber kind of works in waves where every other update is small, and then the like every 4 months or whatever, they release a big update. And so we'll probably get a big update for September, kind of the anniversary update, and then followed by not too much until that new class releases in 2027. So we might see a couple of maps, a couple of new enemies, et cetera, being added in the fall and going into the winter season. But all the big content is going to be targeted at that anniversary update, so in September, and then the new class update in 2027. And then after that, it'll be similar where you're going to have an update release kind of in that Skulls window where it's either going to be end of May or June timeframe.
Yeah, we did get the confirmation of that anniversary patch, and the anniversary patch was like one of the biggest we've ever had for Space Marine 2. In fact, the anniversary patch was like pretty much the like launching point for Space Marine 2's year 2 success, where we got a new map with Vortex, with the Mule of Vortex Beast, we got a new enemy in Chaos Spawn, we got a power axe and 2 new ranged weapons, and we also got the new accolade system with 6 new heroic items, new heroic cosmetics, and the hard stratagems finally being added to the game. So I expect the anniversary patch for this one will kind of like launch as something similar in size. They even mentioned previously that like they do intend for their anniversary patches to be far larger than standard patches. But a while back, I did ask players, since you brought up the Purgation update, like, what do you think is the best update in year 2 so far? And of the 4 options we have with patch 10, patch 11, and the Purgation update on top of Tech Marine was obviously number 1 for players because a new class just does that for a game. Yeah. And number 2 was Purgation. And I kind of agree. I think Purgation with the Ultra Grind ordeals, despite not having like a ridiculous amount of content directly, kind of carried by cosmetics, this was really good for player retention. Like, we did not see players come back to Space Marine 2 like this with the Siege Mode update last year, not even close. And on top of that, the player retention, by the time within like 2 weeks of the patch, it was like pretty much dead for Siege Mode, and like the only things left to do were like maybe get some colored skins. These days, there's a lot more to do for players. I think year 3 might actually expand the scope of year 2 even further, because they're launching the idea of a new class right off the bat even earlier this year than they did last year. Like, we got Tech Marine confirmation back in like the middle of like what, May or like June, so like maybe around the same time frame. But
Right.
either way, the idea of a new class being confirmed this early and an anniversary patch being confirmed this early as well on top of year 3, I think they are prepping the player base to be like, hey guys, we have a ton of content coming. There are going to be like major updates, and keep in mind as well that patch 9 in Space Marine 2's year 1, that was a pure quality of life update. We have an entirely new patch with patch 14 coming out with like proper content this time in between that anniversary patch. So I expect the same thing in year 3, where like the entire scope of the content might go up by like 20-30% what we saw in year 2, and depending on how that one performs, year 3 could be, or year 4 could be even bigger after that. So I'm curious what you think the scope of the content's going to be beyond just like that little intermittence period. Like, do you think it will be substantially larger than year 2? Because you gotta think that year 2 was a launch off like the okay success of year 1's roadmap, which was far worse in my opinion, and year 2 did way better across the board. So like, I'm sure they're taking that into account somewhat.
I'm not sure if the scope will be larger. Like, for example, I'm not sure if Saber is going out and hiring more developers to work on more content in the game. Like, I don't think we're going to be seeing like 2 maps release per update, right? Or 2 chapter packs release
Yeah.
per update. But what I do think, and what I was impressed by this year, was I was impressed by 2 things. One, the Tech Marine. The Tech Marine is an evolution of the original class system. And so that gives me a lot of hope that not only are we going to be getting a new class next year, but as we progress into Space Marine 2's life cycle, a lot of our older classes are going to get their own reworks to make them feel like more modernized classes, things that are more balanced for this version of Space Marine 2. Because the Space Marine 2 we're playing nowadays is not the same Space Marine 2 that we were playing on release. It is a dramatically different experience. And 2, I was really impressed by how they reworked Siege mode. Siege mode. I love Siege mode, dude. Siege mode is phenomenal now. It feels like a tabletop battle. Like you're literally you go in with your Cadians, your Dreadnought, your turrets, your tech priests. Like, dude, Siege mode is a phenomenal experience. When you have multiple game modes in your game that people just want to log in and play, you have this good variety, which I think Space Marine 2 is doing a great job of right now. Like, you've got it. You've got the ultimate theme park Warhammer 40K game with enough activities for someone to be able to just log in and experience 40K. Not just this 40K mini game, but actually experience 40K. And they experience it in a different way every single time they log into the game. So the scope of year 3's updates may not increase, but we're going to keep getting a lot of the things that we want to see in the game. They're going to continuously keep getting added. So new weapons, new heroic weapon variants, new classes, class updates, more enemies that challenge us. I know a lot of people don't like the Chaos Spawn, but I see Chaos Spawns as enemies 2.0 for Space Marine 2. Like, that's kind of more of what we can expect. The Exalted Sorcerer Terminus enemy that's going to be added eventually, that's probably how it's going to be when it comes to its parry and block timers. So I see just not the scope of the game increasing, but I'm going to continue to be impressed by the content that they do release. Where I see the scope expanding is Space Marine 3. 100%. I think that in order for Saber to top Space Marine 2, Space Marine 3 is going to have a grandiose scope. We're probably not just going to be fighting against 3 different factions. I can see us fighting against 4 or 5 different factions, especially if this has anything to do with the 500 Worlds campaign, just a continuation of that story or a snapshot of that story. Dude, like, that is the only way I could see people putting something like Space Marine 2 down, or a complete content port where you have all your cosmetics, all your operations, and everything ported over from Space Marine 2 to Space Marine 3, because by the time Space Marine 3 comes out, Space Marine 2 is going to be so massive, and it's going to be such a complete game that people aren't going to want to put it down.
There are a couple of things I want to touch on what you said there. So I think you're correct that Space Marine 3's scope will be significantly larger than Space Marine 2's. They had a huge cash influx from this game. It's like keeps making more money for them. I'm sure some of that money is being funneled into, Space Marine 3. Obviously, Saber Interactive is a company that does make multiple games a year. It's like we have Toxic Commando that came out, we have the John Wick game coming up, but Space Marine 3, that will be their premier cash cow. I think they are prepping for that entirely. And like you said, I think there will be like asset flips in that game from Space Marine 2. I think by the end of Space Marine 2's life cycle, a lot of the content we see in Space Marine 2 will be moved over into Space Marine 3 as like either, base game content or post-launch content. Like, oh look, the Cal Spawn are back. Like those are just seem like easy updates for me and stuff like that. However, when it comes to the scale of Space Marine 2, like you said, with the additional class features, we've already seen that for 2 classes already with Assault and Bulwark, where Bulwark has the Shield Rush now, and the Assault has an animation cancel and
Oh, yeah.
jump pack dash. These are, effectively minor changes, but they have a huge impact on your gameplay. They've already talked about stuff like that for every class, like they'll be coming eventually. You have to think that will probably not be coming for stuff like Tech Marine or the new class we don't know anything about just yet. But on stars like the base game classes go, we will have that for all of them. And I think that when it comes to the scale of year 3, I don't know if I necessarily agree the scale will be exactly the same, because I really do think they might push more. They might actually push more in this one, because might be getting more heroics, might be getting more options for cosmetics. The ultra grind ordeal system is already far more substantial of a cosmetic unlock system on top of these 6 new heroic items we got for these cosmetic patches. And I think that's a pretty cool thing to see in the game. And I do hope like we see like a slight increase in patches, because the only kind of like down patch time we had in Space Marine 2 was like around November to February, where like we didn't have a ton. And I also hope they take a look at the PTS response or lack thereof for patch 10 and patch 13 here on Purgation Update, and go like, oh, a ton of players stay around, like we don't like just like a launch of PTS immediately. And I think those things will definitely help out the player base retention up until like year 4, so maybe they'll think about that. But as far as Space Marine 3 is concerned, we do know that the dev team currently working on Space Marine 2 is not the same dev team that worked on the game initially. Those guys have almost all been certainly moved over to Space Marine 3, and I hope a lot of the communication is there between the current dev team for Space Marine 2 and Space Marine 3's development team, because the balance in Space Marine 2, like you said, it is significantly better than it was at launch. I think this game has only been like improved in terms of balance over time, and very quickly Space Marine 2 has become one of the biggest horde shooters on the entire market. And a lot of the other horde shooters right now, like Destiny 2, just got itself like cut off pretty much by well, Bungie's just done pretty much at this point with like Destiny 2. And when it comes to games like Helldivers 2, that game has had like balance issues for ages, and like even though it is still the biggest horde shooter on the market, there's a lot more controversy surrounding that one. And Space Marine 2 has been like an up and comer for a while. Like slowly over time, its community has only grown, it's only become bigger and bigger. And just as a content creator for it, I can tell you that like personally, that I've seen the game's community grow significantly larger than it was in year 1. So I'm curious how you think that's going to be impacting the future of the game.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, I think that we're gonna see a lot of this come to fruition in Space Marine 3. One of the things that a lot of people forget is that when Space Marine 2 was being developed, there was no community input. But now, going from Space Marine 2 to Space Marine 3, there is a lot of community input. And I think that the communication is better than ever. Just the fact that we have confirmation that a Space Marine 3 is in the works, Saber and Focus, that puts them leagues ahead of, you brought up Destiny 2, that puts them leagues ahead of a company like Bungie, where we have confirmation that this year, or this game has like a 10-year life cycle at the very least, because the live service or post-launch support updates are not going to stop with Space Marine 2. Space Marine 3 is not going to be a one and done game. In fact, I believe whenever they announced Space Marine 3, they actually talked about future Space Marine games plural. And so Space Marine 3 may not even be the end. They could do spin-offs, they could do other projects. Like this thing is gonna they've cracked a formula. They have discovered gold, and they're gonna keep mining. They're gonna keep going, which is extremely exciting because Space Marine as a franchise is not going anywhere.
I do want to mention on your point of Destiny 2. Now, while Destiny 2 may not be like may not be a horde shooter in this game, like compared to Space Marine 2 or like Dark Tide and Helldivers 2, the reason we bring up Destiny 2 so much in comparison to Space Marine 2 is because there's actually a huge overlap in the communities for this game. Like a lot of the players who used to
There
play
is.
Destiny 2 are currently playing Space Marine 2, mainly because just like it's a similar, like it's a similar game in like sci-fi, I guess, and it's brought in a lot of the refugees from that game's player base, which is why like you even see content creators for like Destiny 2 are currently playing Space Marine 2 in a lot of cases, because Destiny 2 is just kind of a dead game now, and a lot of those players have kind of like become an influx into this one. I might actually see something similar there as well with players from Helldivers 2 and stuff like that. So for anyone who's curious in the comments section, that is why we are talking about Destiny 2 in this case, despite it not being a horde shooter. Now, as far as your point on like Destiny 2 and Bungie, yeah, a lot of these companies have been failing to run their games properly for a while now, especially among horde shooters. I mean, I think Darktide does a pretty good job because Fat Shark's been doing this for like 15 years, even though that game has like its own controversies around it. But for the most part, like I think Darktide will just have a pretty steady content drop over its lifespan, even if it takes a little bit too long for some players. But Space Marine 2 has very quickly shown that it's going to be like, okay, we will be putting out a ton of content. We know this game made a ton of money, and we're gonna keep doing that all the way up until like year 4, year 5, and Space Marine 3.
Yeah, and I mean, you brought up Darktide, dude. Fat Shark definitely knows what they're doing. They've got their community, just completely farmed and milked. The going from Vermintide 2, which had no microtransactions, to Darktide, which has all of the microtransactions and one of the most predatory FOMO stores in the entire industry, something that only Tencent could invent, was just a work of magic. And so Fat Shark is set up for success forever. I would say that my biggest fear for Space Marine 3 and for any Space Marine game moving forward is Saber and Focus going to capitalize on that? Are they going to turn this game into a true live service game and kind of ruin the magic a little bit? Because right now, you kind of spoke about PTSs earlier. I think PTSs are bad for
I
the
agree with that.
casual player experience or just for the general player experience because it ruins a lot of the magic of logging in to an update with all of your brothers and experiencing new enemies, new game modes, new classes, and new weapons for the first time with the community side by side. And so I really hope that the magic of Space Marine is not ruined by outside kind of uncontrollable factors like microtransactions. I hope that they maintain the course and maintain just these paid annual DLCs that just add cosmetics. They don't overdo it, and they continue to strike this balance of having in-game earnable cosmetics and cosmetics that you could purchase. Because I think they're doing a great job right now. They've got a good formula, and the community is growing. You see the community subtly growing with every single update. The amount of players that were playing Space Marine 2 at this time last year is significantly smaller than the amount of players that are playing Space Marine 2 right now. And that's because people love what the game has become. They love the goodwill that Saber and Focus are showing. And they're sticking around because they love the community. We've got a fantastic community here in the Space Marine bubble of the overall general 40K community,
It really is
which
the
is also
overall
pretty great as well.
general 40K community. And not to interrupt you here, but to touch on what you're
No, that's
saying
fine.
with the monetization scheme going to Space Marine 3 potentially being a proper live service, I think to go back on something we've talked about many times before with the helmet DLC we had, or the heads DLC, the voice pack DLC. A lot of players, they put their foot down. The community for Space Marine 2 did just kind of say, Saber, no, we don't want content of this quality. And I think that that has
Flop.
huge implications for the future of Space Marine 3's monetization, because the community managers over at Focus, they've already said before, like they are hesitant to post another or like sell another voice pack DLC now because they don't want a response like that. And I promise you, like the ripples that will make towards Space Marine 3 will be felt, because the monetization in that game, if people had said like, okay, the voice packs for $5 with like shitty voice lines and like things that cut out all the time between like the mission dialogue is like totally fine. If people have been totally okay with that, we would definitely see a different monetization plan, not just for Space Marine 2, but probably Space Marine 3 as well. So when it comes to a live service in the game, I think that Space Marine 3 will be a live service. And in fact, Space Marine 2 in a lot of ways is a live service, even though the developers say it's not. And the original interview that's even from, just to touch on this, because I see this brought up a lot in the community, people are like, oh, Space Marine 2 is not a live service. The game is not actually a live service. Saber said that. Well, the person who said that was like I believe it was the chief creative officer of all of Saber, and he said, Tim Willits, whatever his official title is for the company. Either way, he's the one who initially said that Space Marine 2 will always have post-launch support based on World War Z. It's just that they don't like the connotation of live service. They don't like the idea of nickel and diming players. So, like, that's where that initial statement comes from. And that was like way before the game even launched. So for that reason, I would expect that they probably won't call Space Marine 3 a live service, but it will most likely have like a proper monetization plan over this one, because the scale of the game will likely be much higher. So I just want to touch on that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. And for anyone who's not into investing, the language that they use in their earnings reports. So Saber and Focus fall under, well, Saber publishes through Focus. Focus falls under Pull Up Entertainment. The language that Pull Up Entertainment uses in their financial reports is drastically different from the language that Saber and Focus use, because Saber and Focus are engaging with a community. Pull Up Entertainment is engaging with investors. So whenever we use these terms, they're kind of interchangeable. Post launch support, live service, they're kind of interchangeable. Effectively, what I'm talking about is I just don't want Space Marine 3 to be so heavily monetized that it effectively ruins the game,
Yeah,
ruins the
that's a
magic
fair
of it.
thing. I think
Mhm.
players are kind of hesitant for that after the voice pack DLC, and more importantly, I think like Saver and Pull Up will be more hesitant after the voice pack DLC to like try to nickel and dime the player base, because I think they probably would have far more in Space Marine 2 and Space Marine 3 if they could have. And even the scope of that game will be much higher. I think they will probably give us some paid gameplay content in that one. Like, this is like purely off the top of my head, tinfoil hat, but we did see this with World War Z. World War Z had a ton of cosmetic DLCs, similar, not in the same scope as Space Marine 2, but pretty similar. And they came out with the Aftermath DLC. They came out with a brand new class that was paid for, on top of like a new melee feature, on top of another map. So we might see something like that for Space Marine 2 and potentially even Space Marine 3, where they have these proper DLC expansions. And I've asked my community before, and just the general Space Marine 2 community, like, how do you guys feel about having a paid DLC expansion for proper gameplay content in Space Marine 2? And people are like, hey, if we get a new class, a new map, and like substantial drops on top of that, they're totally fine with it. I think people are willing to pay $20 for a massive expansion pass in a game, obviously, because the game's been doing this for ages. It's just that Space Marine 2's monetization scheme so far has been so heavily focused on cosmetics that a lot of players just kind of like written off the idea of a gameplay loops of a gameplay expansion. I'm curious what you think about that.
Oh, dude, I mean, if the players are happy, they will buy anything. Like they will buy whatever you put in their face. And so a lot of it has to do with the state of the game and the state of the community, but also the quality of, said cosmetics. If the cosmetics head DLC was actually extremely high quality, with more than just like the dozen voice lines that they had for each Space Marine head, facial animations and facial expressions in game instead of being just static faces. Like if they were actually high quality, nobody would have complained. Everybody would have complied and the DLC would have been a smash hit. But that DLC was 100% slop. It was something that they had to probably release before a deadline that was given to them by Pull Up Entertainment or possibly even Focus. So it came out unfinished. I think that the next time we see a round of cosmetic heads, it's going to be significantly higher quality while also matching the price, or maybe even with a higher price, with the justification being, hey, like we actually did, no shit, put a lot of work into this. If that's the kind of expectation going into Space Marine 3, then I am absolutely fine, because as long as they put the work in, then I will be pleased. I'll be content with the content that they're releasing.
I'm in the same boat where like I'm totally willing to pay for an expansion pack in a game if the game itself is good and the game's like in a good spot. You know, really it's just like a balancing act between your cosmetic drops, your DLC drops, and just the overall free content in the game. And I think so far Space Marine 2 has been very consumer friendly. Like I really can't think of many more like horde shooters really that have been as consumer friendly as
Oh,
this
dude,
one.
it's the most consumer-friendly game, especially for Warhammer 40k fans. If you're the kind of guy who only likes Imperial Fists, all you gotta do is buy the Imperial Fist pack. You don't need to waste your time with Carcharodons or with Blood Angels. Like, you can just spend your $5 and you're good to go. Like, it's phenomenal. Sorry to cut you off, but
No, no,
yeah,
I
like,
definitely agree.
it's something I
No.
had to say.
So
Yeah.
I definitely agree that like it is the most consumer friendly for like a horde shooter right now. I can't really think of one that's more consumer friendly. It's definitely not Helldivers 2 with like 50 battle passes. Maybe Deep Rock Galactic. It might be Deep Rock Galactic, but Dark Tide, even Dark Tide has the 10-cent DLC store, cosmetic store. It's been like kind of a controversy since the game came out. And for the most part, Space Marine 2, I mean, you get if you buy Space Marine 2 right now on sale, the game gives you all gameplay content. You have the new maps, you have the Ultra Grind Ordeals, you have the Heroic Store, the Heroic items, the new class that came out. It's all there for you. And then you can go and look in the store and be like, oh, which DLC do I want? And the DLCs from year 2, they're already on sale multiple times. The Season 2 pass has been on sale before it even like finished, which is pretty crazy to see. So I'm interested to see what they'll do in the future for that. But that's pretty much all I have to say on this one for the future of Space Marine 2 in year 3. There's a lot of speculation here based on like the scope of what Space Marine 3 will be. But as far as content goes for Space Marine 2, this game's gonna get support all the way up to Space Marine 3. I think it's kind of insane to say it won't, because after the success of year 2, we got year 3, and year 3 will almost certainly be just as successful, if not more successful. So I'd expect a year 4, year 5, year 6, depending how long it takes for Space Marine 3 to actually come out. If you have any final thoughts, good time.
Well, I'm just excited for the future of this community because the community has just done nothing but expand, and I think that Space Marine is in a really good spot, and I'm happy that we are, introducing all these people to the general 40k community, and the 40k community is meeting all of the Space Marine gamers. So I'm just happy, dude. Like I'm probably the happiest I've ever been when it comes to seeing a video game community grow. Like it's been nice.
Yeah, Space Marine 2 definitely like kind of like snuck up on the horde shooter community. A lot of people wrote this game off for a long time, but like here it is. It's like one of the biggest juggernauts in horde shooters at the moment, and I think it definitely deserves to be there because the game's in a phenomenal spot. And I still have fun playing this game, like 5,000 hours into it, and I probably have fun playing it with like 7,000 hours, 8,000 hours, all the way into Space Marine 3. But thank you for coming on to talk about this with me, Jeff. And if you guys want to subscribe to Jefficus, you can find his channel in the description below. If you want to subscribe to me, you can find me here, obviously. And as always, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye. Okay.
Nice. Chat, I will say that you make these recordings a bit better because I kind of bounce off of your ideas sometimes.
It's a half-hour fucking talk session on that.
Dude, hell yeah.
Dude, that's how Mr. E and I do
Hell
sometimes. We're
yeah.
talking about space. All right, you want to go get some capes, Jeff? Get in here.
Okay. I can grind for a bit.
Yeah, get on here. Get on here. Also, let me go send Sotek a message because he raided me over in the middle of that.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, let me message him on Discord real quick and say, thanks, dude.
We can finally play the game.
Yo, thanks, man, for the raid. Sorry, I was talking with my boy. Grind time. Space Marine 2 is a cheaper way to get to 40k. It definitely is. You're not wrong, chat.
Yeah, that's where Total Warhammer 40k is gonna be really clutch. Is that it's just gonna be the cheapest way to get into a massive strategy game. It's not gonna play like 40k tabletop does, but it's gonna be tangential in a similar way to how Total Warhammer 3 literally became bigger than Warhammer Fantasy. Like, more people play and engage with Total Warhammer 3 than they do with Warhammer Fantasy Tabletop. Warhammer Fantasy Tabletop is kind of dead.
Yeah.
I've seen it disappear. I've literally seen it disappear from my local Warhammer store. It is completely phased out.
I asked Sotek about this actually, even though he's not here right now. I asked Sotek about this before because he's like he is arguably, actually I would just say he's like one of the heads of fantasy lore on YouTube just in general, and he said that fantasy was entirely revived by Total War pretty much, to the point that they didn't even have models in their sort of cell, and they were trying to get them back on the shelves because it was such a big thing to like have that game come out like that. So I definitely agree with you there. It's pretty massive. Morales, thank you for the member for 7 months. Only in death does drip end. Not wrong, buddy.
Send me your join code or whatever.
I'll just invite you off Steam.
There you go.
Froggy got all of her shit. You can hear. I even played this game in ages, dude. Where's your little stupid face on my thing?
I think Froggy just sent me some classified information regarding Warhammer Fantasy.
I have no idea, dude. I don't talk to her that much.
Interesting. Interesting.
Pank was coming into my game constantly with a 6'7" Marine, dressed like a Chicago Bears. Alright, well, here's a join code for you, Jeff. It's ZYQ9J. Better enter it quick.
Oh my goodness. There it is. Is that the Pancake of Wisdom? What up, dude?
A pancake of wisdom. I had originally watched 40k in 40 minutes on YouTube. That led me to Space Marine 2. Now I've already got hundreds of hours. That's what I'm saying, man. Space Marine 2 is a hub for 40k fans, and like you can very much tell. This is why this game's community makes no fucking sense to like outside gamers. Like if you're just somebody that likes games, you will never understand this game properly. Does that make sense? That makes sense. Do you agree with that, Jeff? Like it doesn't make this game's popularity does not make sense to like a proper hardcore gamer. It does kinda in terms of gameplay loop, but I'm gonna play this.
Dude, it definitely doesn't. It definitely doesn't make sense.
You're just like, what the fuck? Why are all these guys like? Why are they all getting fucking rock hard for a new armor set? It's like because it's all we care about, bro. Like, what do you mean? What it's all about? The capes. FTG, you're still alive? Yeah.
Well, I think it makes perfect sense because like in classic video games, we talk about Halo Reach all the time, or just Halo in general. Like, the better you are, the more cosmetics you unlock, the cooler your characters look.
True.
And that results in more retention. That results in the Ferrari effect. Have we talked about the Ferrari effect? Where people just want to get a Ferrari because it's like a status thing?
The Ferrari effect of your video game.
Dude, the Ferrari effect, dude. Or like expensive jewelry. Like people want the more expensive wedding ring because it's just more expensive. It becomes more exclusive. Like people want these exclusive items. That's why I don't think the Cape grind should be changed or nerfed any more than it already has, unless it's going to be changed into something where you have to complete an actual challenge in order to unlock them.
Oh, you didn't even put on, you did put on the White Scars helmet. Okay.
I did. Yeah. You like this look, dude?
Someone said, please no Halo mention. Halo Depresto is real. Halo's just a dead franchise at this point. They killed it.
It is.
They actually just killed it. I've never seen a franchise just be like, everyone's like, I can't wait for the new Halo to come out, and then it just suffocates and dies. Halo Reach haunted helmet moment. I was talking to Pank about this, dude, because we both played a fuck ton of Halo Reach. I was like, dude, when you had a guy pop into your fucking game, and he just had like the super fuck you helmet, you knew you were cooked. Like, you just knew it was over.
Well, that's how I feel about these capes, dude. If someone with a cape joins your absolute lobby, you're gonna be like, oh, dude, this guy's gonna fucking carry me. Like, this guy's got it. He's got it in the bag.
Exactly.
It inspires that same feeling.
We have lost contact with
Reminder has been
Mechanicus
shit
facility
recently,
in the
Jeff.
Daku swamps. Nosic's research is still inside.
Real tragedy. Actually, it's not too bad. I guess it's people have been joining me with your 400 ping.
Tracks. They are near.
It's like we have decent ping with one another, so.
Yeah, we do. Don't worry. Sometimes people join me all the way from like Singapore.
That's just absolute dog shit thing.
Yeah.
Traitors to be cleaved.
Well, Chunkman, I do think that the community is currently having an effect on Bungie right now. I think that we are seeing like an interest by Sony to actually no shit do a Space Marine 3, a Destiny 3. Alarm and cells, got it. I was like, why is my health regenning? Destiny 3 is marathon. Oh no, Launchbox, you better be careful, dude. You're gonna get assassinated.
The cravens hiding the vilest places.
Shit.
Nope. I can make all the mistakes I want.
We waste time in this filth.
Any bets on how long Bungie will continue to say well, tell Bungie? Wait, what? Oh, actually, I scrolled up on the message. So I combined two messages together. I was very confused for a second.
Oh,
Any
no.
bets on how long Bungie will continue to exist? They're gonna make a new game that's good. Like Bungie doesn't really make games anymore, do they? Bungie's dead. Tragic but true.
Oh yeah, we need to like complete a bunch of purgations, don't we?
Sure do.
For the community, yeah. We're doing
We'll
our part,
We'll
guys.
do them all ourselves.
Yep.
Hook available.
Oh. Oh, he's dead. Riveting. Jeff, you missed my 720p Aura Farm stream where I streamed for 20 hours at 720p.
Oh really?
Yeah, I did. Speak.
How did that go?
Nobody cared. I occasionally like
Yeah.
run guys say like that, dude. I was just like, I was trying to test the power, the true power of my Yap. And I was like, let's turn this shit down to 480p.
480p, dude.
For not true HD.
Hey guys, welcome to my Elder Scrolls Oblivion live stream. Trying this new thing on Justin TV.
Yeah, I just streamed it in 480p and it's called Twitch Justin TV. That's all.
Oh my
Justin
God.
TV, let's go. Occasionally someone will be like, why is this shit in 720p? And I'm like, dude, that's HD technically. He's a true HD. Oh wow, it's Jess as Inquisitor. Yes, it is. Inquisitor is
Hey,
Jeff.
Inquisitor. Yeah, I'm just chilling.
So Inquisitor
We
was the
just
top
fucking-
comment in the 11th edition trailer.
What?
Or in the Dawn of War 4 trailer, he was the top comment.
That's actually pretty fucking huge. That's nuts. Something's happening up there.
We cannot backtrack.
Newest Machinima collaborator with Hutch Stark. Yeah, dude, Machinima, definitely the least, like, robbery, honestly, what do I call it, dude? Monster, my brain's cooked. The internet thieves Machinima. The slaughterers of tiny creators everywhere. I don't know, I have somebody, because I was talking to that guy about this shit being C tier. Somebody said this shit was not C tier, the double-edged relic in comparison to the other ones. I'm like, it definitely is. But I'm afraid, Jeff.
You're afraid?
No, I have the wrong heroic chainsword, man. This one sucks.
Oh, you're not using the white scars.
This one sucks. People were disagreeing with me. The white scars ass. That's true.
Dude, that's insane.
Yeah, they're like just. I try to understand all positions. Like some positions are so dumb that I can't combine them.
Seeing straight.
I feel like it's just ignorance. It has to be.
40k fans. How could 40k fans be ignorant? Is there any weapon you want to add in year 3 or year 4 FCG? I want a two-handed greatsword. I do want that. Did you also see the combi power fist that got leaked?
Oh, they're actually doing it. They're actually
Yeah,
gonna go
there's
with
gonna
it.
be a combi
Dude.
inferno fist, a combi power fist inferno pistol thing.
I feel like that's gonna be the heroic variant for the power fist.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's gonna have a death launch thing and everything, and they're adding a death launch cosm and a lamenter pack.
Dude, imagine adding ultra grind accolade weapons where instead of costing 300, it costs like 1,000
How much of this mission have you
for like
played?
the combi power fist. That'd be nuts.
How much of this mission have you played, Jeff?
How much of this mission have I played?
Yeah.
I think I've ran purgation maybe like 4 or 5 times. Not too much.
This one is probably the best mission in the game, in my opinion, right now. What would you say is the best
Really?
tech marine mission weapon? The grenade launchers.
I don't know, man. Exfiltration exists. Sargon, I think that the plasma incinerator is carried by a lot of tactical stuff.
Oh no, dude, it's good now.
be
It's just good.
I think it's super good.
It's just really
I
good.
still think that perk on the tactical that improves plasma weapons specifically is like magic.
No man, it's even good on Tech Marine now. It's just they up the body shot
Oh.
damage a lot, and it is. You don't even have to. You even have to charge shot it anymore.
You just use left click.
You just left click. You actually can't die in hordes with it if they transmute can be all the other class too. But yeah, it's really good now. Same thing with the rate of fire with the plasma pistols. They buffed their combo shot up a bunch. They're really good.
Somehow you killed that Majoris while I was grapple
Average Vanguard L, dude.
Yeah, that's weird.
Average bug Vanguard.
This class fucking sucks, dude. I get freaking murdered for saying that.
Ah, dude, I think we need to actually come around on that one a little bit.
Oh, finally, dude.
Like, wait a second, I do keep dying on my Vanguard.
Oh, it's kind of like the Oberyn thing in Dark Time. Like for so long, people were like Oberyn doesn't suck, Oberyn doesn't suck, but then Fat Shark buffed like everything about Oberyn. And it's like, okay, yeah, maybe there was a problem because the developers recognize her as a problem, but the community refused to.
What do you want the new class becoming? Oh, what do you want the new class coming to be? I mean, we just talked about this, but you're not. You'll have my opinion again. That will surely make the same video 70 million times.
Hell yeah.
How many times do you
This
just
is
say this,
hilarious.
FTG? How many times do you listen to me say it, you dumbasses? It's like, it's the hubris. It's the hubris of the creator and the viewer. I always assume everybody knows everything you've ever said. I'm new and stupid. See, that's why I'm gonna talk about it for you every time. Like how this guy just says, I'm new and stupid. Tell me.
Where lie the defenders?
Hey guys, you guys know that an entire generation of Twitch streamers have gaslight you into thinking that they care about their communities? Not me, of course.
Yeah, not me.
I mean, some people.
Not me.
No, but like, well, I thought about this
Everyone
yesterday.
else.
Well, you'll have like these people be like, "Come join my community." You can tell, dude. It's how they're selling you a fucking crypto scheme, man.
Yep.
They're like, this is my epic community, guys. My epic community. It's like, yeah. Buy my meme coins. Asmongold loves me for real. What do you mean? I don't think Asmongold's ever said he loves this community. I think he just calls him stupid. Like,
Oh, let me show you Easter egg real quick. FTG.
I don't need Easter egg. That was this is June, not April, dumbass.
No. It's really cool. It's not a naked photo of myself, I promise.
Okay, well that was not on like the bingo card for that in my brain, but I'm glad it's not that.
Yeah.
Me and Voice Critical go way back. What do you mean? I'm pretty sure Indy played with Voice Critical and Gears of War back in the day.
Okay, so we need complete silence because I need you to tell me what this servo skull is saying because I don't know what it is.
Oh, these are them talking about the Nozick's a heretic.
Mm-hmm.
Aurora extraction authorized. Precise. Controlled. The Administratum's favorite incantation against ill knowledge. Meaningless words from minds too small to grasp what we have found.
He's a heretic. So Project
that the
Aurora was the other
same?
thing.
Yeah, is that the same AdMech that appeared in the campaign, or is it the AdMech that talks to us during the exfiltration mission?
Probably.
It's actually
I-
looking at that.
Somebody said first regards when somebody fent behind a Walmart. Yeah, it was pretty good, right? Did you like it?
It's good.
It was pretty
That was
good.
the one that died in the campaign. Gotcha. Very cool.
Claim nothing from this place.
They got me into crypto. Yeah, you made a lot of money, right? It was a great fent. You made a lot of money on that crypto. Best Fetty this side of Appalachia. You know it, dude. I wouldn't sell you anything less.
Appalachia.
Yeah, man. I still don't know why these are interactable. I'm guessing lore telling. Well, it's probably gonna be a hint for future operations. I imagine maybe year 3 will come out like an actual storyline for this game,
Yeah.
leading up to Space Marine 3. I am kind of worried Space Marine 3 might suck in terms of like content for this game when it launches.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Saber is actually listening to
What about a
the
business?
community and everything that's going on in Space
Oh, yeah,
Marine
sorry,
2.
let me interrupt you. I said, what about a community? What about a business that makes people smile? If I want to make people smile, I just start a candy store, okay? Or bar. Pretty sure Revan has a bar in Thailand.
Yes.
Okay, that's the whole thought. Just a yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he absolutely does. If he doesn't have one right now, then he will. Because I think that's like his dream.
We've gone on to calling him the Thai Unk.
Dude, he's gonna make his way into that community, and he's gonna sweet talk those boys, dude.
the bar
little bit of
boys
a-
in Thailand, like, or what are we
Yeah,
talking?
the bar
about?
boys.
Revan's such a helpful guy. He tells me shit all the time. Oh, it's a bar in Tahiti.
Yeah, I need to actually play Dark Heresy now that it's in beta. I've been kind of ignoring it because we've got the Rogue Trader DLC coming up June 11th, and then we've also got everything happening in Space Marine 2 and Darktide.
There's too much. You have to suck in Space Marine 2.
Yeah, there's too much. One thing I heard you say before we got into chat earlier was that, like, Oh yeah, we need to do these stupid generators, dude. I forgot.
Godzilla, what were you saying though?
Whoops. I always feel very late on the content that I think I'm gonna be releasing, like sooner rather than later. But I'm always just late. Like I always release it super late.
Someone once asked
Like,
me,
I'm
like,
gonna
I'm not
release
getting videos that fast enough. I said, that part never changes. Like, that part
Yeah.
literally never changes.
Yeah.
You don't realize, people don't realize how hard it can actually be, and how monotonous it
It's
can
tough.
actually be to edit something constantly, endlessly, over and over and over 1,000 times. Like, every thumbnail doesn't make itself, guys. Like, it's,
Yeah.
streaming's kind of a joke shop, I won't lie about that. But, like, as far as, like, editing stuff, there's a reason people are paid for that excessively.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a real skill set to have.
Is that Richard? What up, dude? It is Jefficus from YouTube.
Just watch FTG Fumble
actually-
videos live, and you have to, then you won't have to
Actually,
wait for
FTG, we're not allowed to talk about this. We actually have to say that being a YouTuber/streamer is really easy.
No, I'm not
The
gaslighting.
easiest.
No, being a streamer
easiest
is
job in
easy.
the
Dude.
world.
Being a streamer is easy. They're
Yep,
that's
yep.
actually gaslighting. No, dude. Twitch, like streamers actually gaslight their audiences and think it's hard. Streaming is not hard, dude. I used to stream for like 18 hours for free. I don't even care. It was making some video that could be hard. That can definitely be hard. That'll capitulate too, because there's a reason that editors get paid like well into the $200,000 in a lot of cases a year, because knowing the ins and out of a software is very different from playing a video game live.
Yeah.
Especially when they're able to like efficiently make something that looks good, that's very difficult. That's why I underpay my friends.
Because it fears our advance. The heretic's words are
Is this
one.
a,
That shit.
Our task
is this a
remains
hard
undone.
deal?
Yeah.
Dude, this is easy. Everybody should just be farming.
Everybody knows that Twitch is like top 5 hardest jobs in history, dude. Twitch is like a absolute cesspit of crypto scammers is what it feels like. It feels like everyone's trying to sell you something. Load up like 90% of Twitch streams and sell like, welcome guys, welcome, so come on in guys. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. Okay guys, I could rant about this all day. This is, I keep it real on this front, where it's I do not like, this happens no matter what, but I don't like actively farming parasocial relationships.
FTG, we gotta move on. We got
No.
do the rest of the mission.
No.
No.
I'm doing my mission right now, which is to talk about how
Yeah.
much Twitch sucks, dude. Like,
Precisely what we needed.
Twitch is the glory of unemployment. Twitch is actually actively avoiding employment,
Increasing responsibility.
and like, some people are just better at avoiding employment than others. That guy is so hard to play a video game. It's time to move on, brothers, and move in with SCG. Got plenty of room.
Dude, is the 40K gamer house a dream? Like, is that something that's
Yeah,
on
dude.
the table? Imagine a studio where we just fucking play like one tabletop game a day, and then we just go fucking crunch Space Marine 3 after. Crazy.
Stay focused. We will end
Imagine the smell.
Imagine
of
the
four-
smell in a 40K gaming.
Dude, my 40K
Listen.
gaming house smells splendid, okay? Like, just because
Yeah,
you smell like
man.
shit and think that, like, you'll have 5 more people that smell like you in there doesn't mean that, like, my house will smell bad, but yeah.
Yep.
Put it out there. What does self-report your hygiene for?
carriers. Let us move.
Yeah.
There are actually a lot of content creators in the 40K space where like they like go to the gym like all the time. Like they're very active people.
Yeah, dude, it's Fallen Cow, dude. Fallen Cow's built like a fucking space marine.
Yeah. Fucking major kill. You, me. Like
Oh, yeah,
there
dude,
are a
definitely
lot
me.
of us. Have you been going to the gym while the
Yeah, let's see the past week. Let's see. How many hours have I streamed this past week? I don't think that'd be physically possible unless he took my stream to my bro or some shit. I will say building a home gym was the best investment I ever made, but still.
Yeah.
It did take me a good 5 years to actually add enough to it that I was like, okay, I don't actually need a commercial gym membership at all anymore, but home gym is OP, yeah. Just for consistency and just like everything, yeah. One of my favorite YouTube channels is Gluck's Gym. He got sued because he gave a bad review to a home gym equipment, but he makes really good stuff. There's been a bug on this must have been like force something moving you.
I don't even remember the name of the channel. It just comes up on my autoplay.
Toffee says, "How are you, brother? Hope you're having a good day, man. Thanks for all the hard work and great content." Well, thank you for the kind words, and also, we're doing great, dude. The Emperor protects every day. We got a new patch. Hard to complain.
Yeah. Delivered.
Yeah, this
Delivered.
patch was.
He calls. No, this patch didn't deliver. I mean, it did, but Delivered is the channel I'm talking about. He calls dealerships up, and he negotiates car deals.
Oh.
And it is some of the most interesting shit, dude.
Oh, look at that damage. Hold on, what do we have? Oh, we have heavy caliber. Okay, I was gonna say there's no way that's normal damage. They have 7. They have reduced HP. We have heavy caliber. Okay, I was about to say.
No, this is like a gimme.
This is a freebie.
Set of modifiers. It's a freebie.
I'm actually like literally out of accolades right now. I haven't done shit. I also need to do the 15 siege things today.
For all you cape grind complainers, get in the freaking hard daily, dude.
Yeah, carry me through 15 waves of siege. Damn it, where are you? Carry me. Someone was like, how do you get so good at this game? Like, bro, I'm fucking lost. What do you even mean, dude? I just asked people to carry me. The joke is I don't even play the game anymore. I just sit in the armory hall, dude. I'm an armory hall queen. That's all
It's just chatting, but Warhammer
It's
edition.
just chatting, but Warhammer. This is my Space Marine 2 waiting room. Hello.
Yeah.
What is it to be a Space Marine?
He's gaslighting himself.
Devin asked, can we still do a stratagem form for the capes? I believe so.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
It
You
counts.
absolutely can.
The hard modes count as absolute completions. So if there's an easy hard mode daily or weekly, just farm it. Just farm it. If you want to take the easy way out,
Yeah, if you're lame like that.
You are liberated. Do your duty. Foul pestilence. Another ward falls.
Another ward falls. Did you ever help with the hard weekly? No, dude, I suck. Can't help you with that.
Battle tower unleashed.
Hello there. What do I have to do on this event? Play the new mission.
Yeah, bro.
Play the new mission.
Play the new
then,
mission,
baby.
bro.
Play and complete the new mission. My Vanguard's invisible on my screen right now. I don't see anything.
Your white scar's just moving so fast, he's blur. Can't see anything.
What the fuck? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'm telling you, your white scar's just so fast. He's invisible to the human eye.
Yeah. Lore accurate fucking space marine movement.
I love it when people ask dumb shit like, are we gonna get the speeder bikes in Space Marine 2? Yeah, bro. We're told all those speeder bikes that will definitely fit into the Space Marine 2 game we have right now. Totally.
The sorcerer's presence recedes. Keep fighting. We have faced every trial as one.
Getting splashed by water over here.
Be no different.
The moment of purgation.
Dude, the
That's
assault-
why this mission's called
The assault actually just like says a thing in this one.
Wow.
Viridian, Auspex confirms the rift is collapsing. Heretic warp signatures are dissipating across the battlefield.
Walks OP, man. We get used to the time. He just does more damage. It is pretty damn strong.
The Cape
It's a good
Yep.
mission. Yeah, the assault, dude. He spits at the end of that mission. This is the easiest chaos mission. No, I'd say they're all pretty similar in difficulty. This one's just the most fun. This is definitely the best hybrid mission. I like Vox Apparatus. Like I said, like the finale objective, so there's no annoying objective in that mode.
Yep.
That's the big thing.
Just kill things. Really only had one boss spot there?
It's happened a lot on this map.
Classic.
All right. Definitely prefer this over Vortex Beast. Same, bro. Definitely same. Jeff, do you think I'm capable of like 10 more 12-hour streams?
10 more 12-hour streams. Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, guys
It's
on
almost
YouTube,
like,
if you're not here, if you've not gone to Twitch for drops, go to drops. Go to the Twitch page for drops if you've not had them yet.
Yeah, the drops will go away eventually. so make sure you get them.
That's true. And then get them the next time. I usually go like insane hours during the drops campaigns. This is the prime spot to beat people for every drop campaign for Space Marine 2. It's been tradition. But no ulterior motive.
Oh my gosh.
Supply torpedo tubes 24 through 48, with 3 volleys of ship-to-ship ordnance.
Well, XBWI. XBWDI. Jesus, what a name. Which weapon do you prefer? Because they're both pretty similar in terms of, like, they're both very good heroic weapons. I think if you're really trying to min-max difficult content, probably the White Scar's Chainsword. But you also have to be good at the Chainsword skipping. And if you just prefer the Power Axe, just get the Power Axe, because they're both really, really good.
I'm about to approach. Mr. FTG here is about to approach a 1-year anniversary on Twitch.
Wow, 1-year anniversary. Oh my
Almost,
gosh.
dude. When did I even start? I don't remember. I don't count the before times.
No, Chunk Man, there are no plans for me to leave. In fact, I'm going to be doing more YouTube and Twitch than ever before.
That sounds intense.
Than ever before.
Ever before. It's never been like this in the history.
We're gonna
of
kill
man.
so many fucking heretics and Xenos, dude. It's gonna be great. I can't wait.
Yeah, we love that shit. When did I start? I have no idea.
Well, I hear for you. That's funny.
Let's see.
I probably got one more in me, and then I got to get back to the editing monster.
No worry, bud.
Yep.
Yeah, so we started Twitch in. Fuck, dude, I've had about 1,400 hours streamed in the past year. Interesting. I guess I am a streamer. Okay. If you do another player next match, sure can. Hop on in. We're do the dailies. If you can grab the code in time. Our part-time streamer. They call me the reluctant streamer. Like I shit talk streaming more than I actually talk about enjoying it a lot. FTG pros page not found. Can't claim rewards from Twitch. Read the pinned comment. Okay, Okay. Oh, we got Madison here. I don't think that's you, Angie. I'm afraid that may not be you.
It's not working. It's because yeah, they hopped in. They hopped in the
these
spot.
fuckers, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Get in here so fast. Vortex, dude.
Oh,
Like my black Viper.
I do. You can make a great like Night Lords, Alpha Legion, and all that stuff with the Carcharodon.
It's a Salamander
It's really
Cape.
cool.
Do you see Carcharodon? It's a Salamander. I guess yeah, Carcharodon too. But
No, you're using the Carcharodon head, right? I can't even see it. It's so
this is the
dark.
Gravis, dude.
Oh, it is Gravis. Wow.
With the program dog.
Stop moving. White Scars Chainsword or Galathamor. Oh boy. Oh boy. Heroic Plasma Pistol or Knife first for more universal use. What knife? Or which knife? Also, does the Heroic Plasma Pistol have more universal use? Because I feel like it's hard to use it when you don't have another primary, like, weapon.
For assaults and stuff, I don't think so.
Yeah, you're basically only using it for, like, tactical and heavy. And tech brain.
I see the YouTube chat is not the main one. Depends.
The victory over the Thousand Suns under Merium was The clashes between the heretics and the Xenos have reduced the landing zone to rubble. This is as close as I can get you. There is no backup plan or backup for this task force. Single squad protocols.
This is a rapid fire melta build, dude. This one's actually pretty good.
Oh.
This one actually dumps out pretty disgusting damage. I'm actually kind of shocked, you know, Jeff. This was like one of the best patches this game ever had. This was better than patch 10 in terms of like player retention. I'm pretty sure. This had 2 weekends of like over. This one had 2 weekends of over like 25,000 players in a row.
That's crazy.
It had 35,000 players, and then it had 2 more. The next weekend was also 30,000 players. It's pretty intense.
What?
You're gonna shit on Jeff. You suck.
Yeah, yeah.
Honestly, that's what you're saying. That's crazy. You're in the middle of things.
Surgical Strike. God,
There you go.
I was like, what happened to the window? Okay. This is gonna be fun.
Could be peak, bro. Tried to see Jeff for a year. Oh, Guardian Relic, I'm gonna take from Jeff.
Better charm than a saint's bones.
Do it.
I wasn't asked.
You're carrying anyways.
That's what you think.
May as well. Gosh.
Well, I can die in ways you never imagined.
Smells like fresh.
I can fumble in ways you never dreamed. New Heroic Plasma Pistol is hilariously fun. That it is.
The relay. Brace for warp exposure.
Oh, there's another one here just for you, Jeff.
Even their blood.
Oh wow. They're both at the beginning on this map? What?
I know, lucky us.
That's weird.
There's a few lucky Marines.
Oh.
This would never happen for Lamenters.
What do you think of the Lamenter's cosmetics?
Well, they're pretty peak. I don't like Lamenters that much, but like, I imagine they're as peak as Lamenters can be. I think Lamenters are fairly overrated.
Oh yeah. They just have you know, the meme lore buff.
Yeah. instant. I do want my capes for the heavy next.
Status report. Relay heavily damaged. Friendly casualties.
Hello, how do you get that cool cape? As long as you have the Salamander's Champion, you'll have access to this cape in the class it's on. What do you need to do?
I was wrong to expect a battle. Something today.
This gun puts out so much damage, Jeff.
It's looking like it. Considering changing the loadout for this dude.
What was he? What's this guy? Wait, what chapter is this?
Heretics use that shaft to access
Oh, he's
the
a
lower
flush there.
floors. Let us
So.
avenge the dead.
Yeah, it was a week for this week. I'll have a whole guide for it pretty soon.
Traitors
I already got
can
data mined, so I'll
our
pull it up and
locations.
do a guide for that, and then we'll
At least
post that
they
tomorrow.
do not separate us.
It's a pretty easy one. Forward bearer, actually. Ugh. In my chat.
In my
Concentrated nearby.
Oh shit, excellent.
Corruption is widespread. This facility is compromised. Corrupted astropods identified. Corrupted astropods targeted.
Ow. There's something on that. Ow. Grab my ammo.
Yeah, did it explode?
Pretty toxic. Booby trap, strikeout, avenger. Alright, you guys need to die. I'll become more powerful.
We'll save it for the final fight.
I'm sure it'll happen. I'm sure it will happen. I'm sure somebody will die during the vortex beast.
Yep. Yep.
The multi-melta burns through ammo. I've taken this one solo. You just have to be a little careful. You have to know where the ammo drops are. It's the biggest thing. Actually pretty good though.
Yeah, there are no gun strikes. Rip.
Oh, I thought they would give us a shitty one.
I see you, champion in the ether. Approach and binge upon their suffering.
Psychic asset compromised by Thousand Suns for unknown summoning ritual.
That astronaut must be slain, brothers. Oh, the changer of ways. Grant us imbalance of retribution. Interrupt its call before the war passes.
Destroy the astropath's profane construct, and then put the rabid cur down. Corruption strike launched.
A pretty toxic modifier. But actually, they nerfed this, and they
Yeah.
fixed this ultra here, where you can't just hide behind it anymore.
Oh,
It's
really?
fast, yeah. Lame.
Terminate the Terminator. Come and die by my hand. Wolf energy detected.
Anti-cop armor. Callous self-defense.
Alright, everyone stay away, stay away. Ooh, I'll take it, I'll take it. Oh shit.
Okay. Not paying attention at all.
I need food after this.
Yeah, pretty
And I
much.
gotta record something else.
Oh.
I just had to write something and then record it.
You have to write something?
Yeah.
That's the worst.
Nah, dude, I forced these people. Nah, I triple edged it actually. I'm surprised. I'm gonna force everyone in chat to hear the whole thing.
Perfect.
You your packs, brothers.
You have to
As they
condition them.
should.
You have to condition them.
Yeah.
Through the whole process.
Yules is primed for destruction.
Ow. Motherfucker, dude.
The shield falls! Brothers, kill the witch!
Wait for everyone to get here before we kill the witch.
Yeah, we kind of have to. I haven't played in a while. Was Pyro Tactical still goated? Yes. Even with the burn, there's like been a burn bug going around or burn nerf, but even with that, it's still goated. It's still ridiculously. It's still better than like every vulture weapon.
Heretics employ deceptive tactics.
Feels like we viewers are Magnus and FGG is the Emperor. I don't understand that.
Brothers, the changer of ways tells no lies and welcomes us into this fold.
Hold on.
Deceptive
The changer of ways tells no lies and welcomes us into this fold. Might be the most half sentence I've ever heard in this game. That's something that annoys me. If you're fighting a sorcerer with your Auspex, then actually just they will teleport out of your Auspex automatically.
It's for like everything. Not just Auspex, they just fucking.
No, they will
do
immediately
not.
teleport if there's an Auspex skin.
No, wow.
Pretty toxic.
The Astropath has been corrupted. It shows damnation. Purge it. Powerful heretic combatant detected. Move to investigate. Target is advantageous terrain and is unassailable. If we awaken the machine spirit, we will be able to activate the bridge. Requisition power cells for that generator. We need only power cells to reach our enemy. Located power cell. Radiate new power cell. The machine spirit requires power.
Explosions. Ugh.
Jeff, grab the generator.
Going for the generator.
Godzilla is approaching the generator.
Cry to your worthless gods.
I thought the generator was in my sights, but it's just an explosive box.
Die by my hand.
Okay, when that happens. Here's
Yep.
one of them.
Locate a power cell. I have a power cell.
other side.
Preparing power cell replacement.
Terminator.
Something to end your suffering. We can wait bring me another spearman.
Ow, how am I the only one that's got a power cell yet? Okay, guys.
Didn't see it, dude.
Fucking blind teammates over here.
I didn't see it. I went over. I didn't see it. Oh, maybe it's in this hallway.
Probably back
No,
here.
it's not back here.
Here it is. Wow, FTG doing everything by
Nice.
himself. Every single
See,
one.
dude, you are carrying.
Yeah, I'm literally carrying. I'm carrying the fucking power cells
You are
as we speak, dude. Like,
the fucking power cells.
I'm literally carrying as we speak.
Bridge enabled. The shield is fallen. Release the astropath from this torment.
Grab a little bit of ammo. Here you go.
Look the gear.
Would you say that Magnus was the most important Primarch? I'd say yeah, he definitely fucked up the hardest. True solo and friends.
Most important primary. Shit. It's actually a really good shit.
It's fucking assemble. There you go.
Has to be Horus, right? Because he was the.
Oh yeah, I mean like Horus, yeah.
literally the fucking catalyst for the entire setting.
Don't call it the
Without
Horus
Horus, there
heresy
is
because
no-
Sanguinius did it this thing.
Yeah, yeah,
They call
exactly.
it the Lorgar heresy, guys.
The Lord.
It ain't the Lorgar heresy, boys.
Oh my god.
So yeah, the word bearer's like, well, your Primarch sucks, bro. Lorgar's a bum. Erebus, don't be part of the problem, be the whole problem.
No, Madison. No.
Well, all right, now we have to like now we have to watch him awkwardly die in shame.
Yep. Yeah, but Lorgar, he got character assassinated. Sanguinius went out like a bro, at least.
Sanguinius died pretty cool. It's pretty cool he died. Lorgar was all L's.
Like the people are like, oh, Ferrus Manus is my favorite Primarch. It's like, why? What?
I've never people don't say that, dude. Let's talk about nonsense. Okay. Like,
Dude,
nobody's
the 12
ever,
Iron Hands fans.
nobody's
are
ever
extremely
said
offended
Ferrus
right now.
Manus is my favorite
Dude, they're
Primarch.
extremely offended right now.
That's never what that sentence said. At least he's not dead like yours. Ferrus Manus definitely is dead. Talk about Lorgar.
Yeah, talking about Sanguinius.
No, Sanguinius will go back. He'll get a model eventually.
Detected below.
I think the Emperor comes back before Sanguinius.
Shut your mouth.
TBH.
Shut your mouth right now.
Beast and engage.
Dude, balls. Stop targeting me, balls.
Unleash your wrath.
my big nut damage. That's his future.
Just phased him immediately.
That is his future.
Sorcery suspected. Malevolence tears in our spirits, brothers. Search for egress points. Rally to the hint of light. Conditions tolerable. Offensive resumed. Tentacles are the priority targets. Its tentacles are ruined. Set sights on the demon.
Oh no. I do that.
Watch out! Wall flame
Yep,
incoming.
very dangerous game.
Ow.
We'll try to go for some ammo.
Get this psycho filth out of my head!
Is he gonna bubble?
Oh yeah. Right now. Right now. I still have a relic up, so I don't even care. Oh, you didn't kill all the tentacles. You didn't kill your tentacles, Jeff.
Oh no. There you go, I did it, I did it. I did my job. And you say I never can strip you, dude.
I don't think I said that either. This guy's making shit up. Is making things up
Everything
about-
is recorded on stream now, so
Yeah,
I
that's
can't lie anymore. Damn
that
it,
is
dude.
true.
I can't be Alfarius and fucking deceive. Finally do the chainsword charge thing.
You do a hard strategy. Remember doing that right now. It's me the weekly, in which case no.
GG.
There we go. 3 points, brother.
Yep. Who's more hated, Erebus or Manfred? I don't know. Manfred literally destroyed a whole setting. So. Erebus created a whole setting, technically.
It's true. Erebus is uniquely shit.
Manfred pulling bolts still.
Jeff, thank you for playing. Thank you, Madison. Thank you, Madison. We will now.
Of course, dude. All right, you have a great day.
We'll
Don't
indeed.
burn out.
I never do.
Bye, chat.
Take it easy,
Emperor
Jeff.
protects.
All right, guys. I grab food real bad, and I'll be back. And then we'll do some other cool stuff. Some other cool stuff, guys.
Maybe we need to use siege mode. Maybe. 1 second.
My deepest apologies, Pat. Hello, hello. My God. What are people saying? What are people saying? Bombaclut? Oh, the pancake wizard. Bye, Jeff. He'll be back, dude. He's back from his thing. Finally. Finally. Have we only been streaming for 5 hours? Really? Huh. Like longer. I guess I started later today. Okay, chat. Keep me company. What armor sub is that? It's the Black Viper. The Salamander successor. They're pretty cool. Okay, one second. I got a message, person. The Black Templar is sick, bro. I say as I put on a Sergeant Taurus outfit. Alright, got one. 1 second. What would you say across all chapters your favorite Ashen setup? Probably. That's hard. That's a really hard question. Wolf Spears look pretty cool. Tech Marine Iron Hands look pretty fucking cool as well. Okay, sorry. For a second intermission break. Hey, we're gonna do a weekly or something. Something. Brothers, I'm new to the game. Is it better to get my Argent Edge or Heroic Plasma Pistol first? Argent Edge. Definitely the Argent Edge. Definitely that. Thank you, man. No problem, dude. Probably eating something right now, but no problem. Very unbecoming. I guess we have to do this, don't we? Ugh. Do you have any Trigger Legion fashion? I have before, not right now. Is there PvP any good in this? Allegedly. I wouldn't know. Okay. Some people love it. I just ain't one of them. I gotta do this one before Jeff came, I think. Yeah, it was. Okay. We'll do this next. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to play a Blood Raven, and then Jeff came on and roasted my outfit.
Maintenance takes priority.
Any tips that I get through this weekly? Yes, I actually have a video for that. Let me send it to you. I have a video for that? Exactly. Now, this should help. Perfect, no problem, bro. We'll send that to you right now. This one. Here you go. Anywhere on a two-handed power greatsword by chance. So that's it. They said that would be the next one they'd work on. Oh boy. Here we go. Okay, sorry guys. I'm just sitting here like a fat pig and just eating my food while I sit in an armory hall and jerk off. My bad, boys. My bad. L streamer, L streamer. I have my big fat glass of milk and I'm just a disgusting creature. Nurgle take me, my god. Attack needs the power sword. I agree, bro. I'm a bitch, dude. Not gonna lie, I want to grab his style heavy melee class. That'd be cool. So apparently there were some leaks that came out a while back. And pull those up. Mr. FTG Armory Hall VOD streamer. Nah, dude, the stream is attended and we're playing Space Marine 2. I'm making my outfit. What do you mean? This is not a VOD. This is me, bro. This is the real deal. 100% FTG content, okay? I'll make the stream 720p. I'll do it. Don't make me, dude. Don't test me. The true endgame of every game is fashion. True. Not every game, but definitely this one. .720p is worse than waterboarding.
I have been known to torture. Yes. Only FTG.com. Thank you. Which we have a lot to do for today. Lot to do. An overwhelming amount of random shit. We're back now for real. Alright, let's do a do this. I can wear this outfit though. Oh my god, chat, I have to sneeze. Oh my god. Oh dear. You guys didn't hear it, it was intense. I muted my mic. It was a very intense sneeze. Alright, Jeff, if you're watching, I changed the outfit. I'm just waiting to like properly hit my
Lieutenant Titus predicts the Tyrannid's Hive Tyrant is leading a swarm along a corridor toward the astropathic. Assist in the defense of the bridge until you confirm that the Xenos Overlord has entered the kill zone. Then trigger the detonation.
The leader beast will not make it past us, Lord Akaran.
Right, here we are. This is the easiest bulwark build, in my opinion. Man, that one got fucking rocked.
Meridian reporting. Approaching landing zone.
This is Talassa. Drop complete. Moving to objective.
Acknowledged. Proceeding to relay. Maintain box reports. Gather clears out.
Just my screen is pixelated as fuck. Shouldn't be pixelated. And not be.
Our captain colored. Our adversaries will use their assault. Deny them any advance. That silence intimidates the city. Execute that one. Let them summon aid. See nothing to the tribulation. Waste nothing, brothers. It is the great. Fresh cut.
A lot of guys at the beginning here, huh?
Swarm of Xenos. We crushed the ravenous unit. Fresh magazine. Xenos hunters force.
It was an awkward time for all those spore mines to drop right in front of me.
Exterminated! Behold, the supremacy of Oath. Fresh cut. I can understand why the Astrum and Italian struggle to repel my fall. It's unfair. This galaxy is the floor. Sending fractals. Stop that target from rallying fresh water. That silenced the timid fire.
Alright, let's see if we get a neural throw boss over here or not.
Reload.
Artifacts, we actually mopped this shit. I've gotten a Carnifex here in ages in the bulwark.
Hit that target with everything we have. Xenos tunnel up low. Our soldiers shall fellow the glowing host. Tyranny tunnel. strikers these Xenos have, the better. Fresh cartridge. This tide of Xenos is ending. Skitter to the grave, Xenos. Grenade release! We crush the Revenant fuse. Unleashing frag grenade. Fresh magazine. You failed that order. Let it stand. Amplify our manner.
Our reinforcement just shits on that boss so hard. Especially with intimidating aura.
Inserting rounds.
What in your opinion is the better class to solo with as a new player? Vanguard will work, definitely. Probably using this build. Pretty easy build. Probably the easiest for us for power axe, definitely.
Equipment found. Rally point reached.
The Munitorum does not store explosives to Codex Astartes standards. Locate enough to demolish the bridge.
Prime explosives. have supports to wire. We need more bombs. This galaxy's not born. Fresh magazine. One dead drop. Closer to kingdom. We still have supports to wire. We need more bombs.
You put Vanguard quite low in a tier. Did he get buffed at all? No. He still has the lowest. He still has low damage compared to other melee classes in the game, even with his range options.
Back ready to deploy. I still have explosives to place, brothers. This support is ready for demolition. Crush the ravenous brood beneath our feet. The foe wants backup. Deny it. Charge is wired. We are ready to ambush the target, command.
The Hive Tyrant will reach your position shortly. Join the Imperial Guard defenses up on the bridge and lure that Xenos Colossus into the kill zone.
Load up. Stay alert. We fire them. No foe can hide. That one is calling your first force. There is no stable ground. Soil no longer trembles, and the ground is precious. That silence is truly wild shit. Following through. Inserting. Where shall I plant this flag?
We've got a handle on these probing strikes, my lords. It's the relay that's getting hammered right now.
The leader beast will cross that bridge. and in short order, die to our tactics.
That's news. Without armor support to tackle a target that big, we may have to bring down the supply bridge.
All elements needed are prepared.
Is this a withdrawal order?
Negative. The objective is the Hive Tyrant, not the bridge. Defend this position until the Tyranid command unit is executed.
Understood, my lord. May the Emperor guide our lasguns to your support.
Incoming!
Ready up, Eighth! Show the Emperor's angels what we are made of! They're making another push over the bridge!
More enemies on the bridge!
By the numbers, troopers! Put a pile up below! Don't let them climb!
The Hive Tyrant is on its way, but there is a horde of Xenos between you and it.
Enemies on
Dig
our
in for the
position.
long haul.
Don't let up! They're still coming!
You have its attention. It is moving to intercept. Apply more pressure.
Fall back! I will hold them! Give us the green.
Keep your eyes peeled. The Xenos and the beast will be in visual range shortly.
Fresh cartridge. This galaxy is not your Do not be deterred by its awesome size.
I've never seen such an atrocity.
Hold. Give the Hive Beast a moment. Detonate the charges now.
Don't overheat!
Guards over the wall.
Fall back, detonation code.
Tars are reporting. Xenos leader base neutralized. It is not dead.
Our tactics were sound.
The swarm would go feral without their connection to the hive mind, but their focus is still on the relay. Reports confirm the lieutenant's assessment. Enemy cohesion is still in full effect. That beast is not yet dead.
We hear you, Command. It will be done. The target is still struggling under that wreckage. Stay alert. Use fire camouflage. This sexy beast. Jump.
how this build just fucking shits on these guys. That's over.
Let us relieve the Hive Giant of his life.
Pursue and eliminate. We will not have a better opportunity to finish it off.
Caution. It may still attempt to ambush us. Keep going forward.
Talassa, report.
The Hive Tyrant continues to evade.
Talassa, you cut out. Repeat. Damn it. Nothing is getting
Wait, this is the gameplay stream? I know.
dead zone.
I know.
Our duty remains on.
FG actually playing the game is crazy. Big 26. I usually dash attack. I have a shield rush, shield bash. I mean, I have a whole animation canceling guide on my channel if you're curious. With the demo guide section. That should tell you everything you need to know.
Ammunition here. Gun beast. It must not be allowed to fire. The Xenos leader rescales the building. Take to the roof. The Xenos fleet will no longer trouble us. Brother, eradicate every last Xenos. Waste nothing, brothers. There is no going back, brothers. The moment of reckoning is upon us. Encircle and eliminate! Steal your thoughts!
Hey, we did it. It was hard fought, guys. Definitely. Alright, what are next, people? Okay. We're gonna talk about that build in a second. First things first, though. I'll be right back.
Let's see. Might take a little break there, actually. I'm going for 6 hours. Probably waste my voice. But I'll be back on in probably like a few hours. Or tomorrow for the weekly, but I might take a break there for now. Thank you guys for watching. We shall be back on in a bit. We're gonna send the boys over to the Great Book of Grudges here.